In other words, we're not live yet?
The staff is setting us up.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, we are live now.
Okay, so sounds like we're live. I'm going to get it going. Hi, everybody. Welcome to the Historic District Commission meeting of Tuesday, February 14th, also known as Valentine's Day. Happy Valentine's Day, everyone. For those of you in the room live, we have a couple of requests. One, mute your phone. Two, if you record any portion of our event, let us know. And let's see. So present at the moment are myself, Ray Pohl, Stephen Welch, Abby Camp, Diane Coombs, Val Oliver. In other words, all of the regular members are here. In addition, we have Carrie Thornwell and Connie Patton as associate members. So with that, could I have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Thank you, Diane. Although I do think that a couple of things are actually dropping out of this.
Yeah.
But I suppose they're at the beginning of the agenda, so I'm not concerned that people are going to be waiting all night long for something that won't be heard. In any case, because we have a few members, including myself, who are on Zoom, we're going to be doing roll call vote for the time being. All right. So at this time, is there any public comment?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
All right. Who would that be?
It'd be Holly.
Oh, okay, Holly, you go.
Thank you. So, Mr. Chair, you're actually not in the room, so I'll have to hold on this for you. But we have been bequeathed, I guess is a good word, copies of a new publication from Sconset Trust, free of charge, for a book that's called Building with Sconset in Mind. It's something that they had Michael May, the former executive director of the Nantucket Preservation Trust, create. And this book is gorgeous. I just actually received a whole bunch of them for each member of the commission as well as staff. So I will be able to provide a copy to you and Diane since you're not physically here today. But I want to publicly thank the Sconset Trust for being our another nonprofit that works with us with our obviously reviewing of historic architecture. So thank you, Sconset Trust.
That's great. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Holly. Thanks for all of you people that worked on it, whoever happens to be listening. Great. Any other public comment? Okay, we're going to move along to commissioner comments. Any commissioner comments at this time?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
could you give us just a brief recap of the joint meeting from last week?
You mean the one that occurred on Friday?
Yeah,
So
I think it was Friday.
yeah, basically, sort of moving forward strategies with respect to the HDC. A lot of ideas were put out, one of which I'm sure you all are aware of, which is the third party sort of review of HDC practices. And that would not only include members, that would include staff, and it would also include anyone who's like associated with the HDC in any way, sort of a very holistic view of the HDC and its policies, and then they would issue some recommendations. Now, that was discussed in concept, and as I'm sure that you're all aware, that is going to be discussed at the level of the select board sometime in the next few weeks. That's sufficient, Stephen?
Yeah, and advisory groups. I think was the topic.
Same thing. Although basically they want to hear from us, they have heard from us about how we want to move forward with that. So that's the story.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Anything else from commissioners? All right, sounds like we can move along to our consent agenda. The only regular member that needs to recuse from this would be Val. So if Val, if you could sit off, and Connie, how about you sit on it, okay?
Sure.
All right, so can I have a motion? Or if there aren't any
Motion.
questions, I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve 1 through 12 on the consents.
It's actually 1 through 11 according to my agenda, but I might have an old one.
No, 11.
Is it 11?
It's
11
11,
then.
Mr. Chair.
Okay, very good. So again, sorry to have to do this to you folks, but we're going to do a voice vote. So that was Diane's motion.
That's it. I haven't had one today.
Did you print the 49 long
Yeah,
Okay.
just-
Yes, okay.
I printed this agenda. Can we just have a motion to approve everything on consent rather than 1 through 12 specifically?
I make everything on consent. I make a motion to approve everything on consent.
Thank you very much. Okay, so on that motion, Abby?
Aye.
Stephen?
Aye.
Very good. Connie?
Aye.
Very good. Diane on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Okay, consent is all set, and we can have the regular board, which I believe, regular board will vote on the 2 consent with conditions items. If there are no questions, may I have a motion?
Make a motion to approve consent with conditions.
Very good. Thank you, Diane. Yes?
No, I was just gonna say
Good.
both things.
Apparently, since there are multiple agendas around, we might have to beware of that language. Okay, so thank you, Diane. On that motion, Val.
Aye.
Thank you, Abby.
Aye.
Stephen.
Aye.
Diane on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. That was consent with conditions. Now we go to new business, 128 Surfside. Val, this is you,
Oh,
okay? And Carrie, can you sit in on this one?
Yep.
Thank you.
okay. This house was approved in its entirety with a request to shift it 4 feet from the property line. The owner is respectfully asking to put it back where she originally wanted it, and there was a letter in the packet that I sent, in for the application from her. You probably don't want me to read it, but essentially she's asking to put it where she originally wanted it, and she has it there for a variety of reasons. And it's not going to make a difference in what's viewed from the street.
Okay, Val, thank you. Just so that I'm aware, the location that's shown where the blue arrow is, that's where she wants it to go? Up on the
Yes.
screen,
Yes, its
Yes.
original spot that she had picked.
and it had moved 4 feet further away from
It
Surfside?
was a condition of an approval for this project, and
Understood.
yeah.
Okay. All right, sounds simple enough. Board members, you know who you are. Who would like to begin discussion?
I will.
Great, thank you, Stephen.
So I think I was the one who asked it to be moved off the property line because it was so close. What's the rationale?
The rationale is that it's 50 feet from the neighbor. I think you probably thought the house was closer. At least that's what I thought your reasoning was, but it's 40 feet from that house to the property line, and then another 10 to where she wants to have this. There's lots of vegetation in between, and from the road, I think 4 feet is indiscernible, so we'd
So,
like to have it in our original spot.
thank you. So my concern is this one's 10 feet, 11 feet from the property line, and the next one comes in on the other side, 10 feet or 11 feet from the property line, and all of a sudden we have what amounts to R10 zoning setbacks in terms of the density of the structures. So it's just my thoughts. I mean, it's a
Okay.
huge lot.
Yeah, and she has it there for a specific reason. Please read the letter.
And as I said, it's too close in my mind. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Stephen. Who's next? Carrie,
Yeah, I mean, I agree with Stephen. We asked for it, 4 feet away for a reason. And it seems also, Val, with the house 4 feet back towards the property line, then the parking is, nil between the property line and the neighbor.
Well, the parking can
And
move.
if 4 feet, well, it's all very well laid out. And I think the 4 feet will make a difference because that will give 4 feet for the parking.
I'll just remind you that
So-
your purview's from the street.
Yeah.
okay. Thank you.
My
Anything
vote's
else,
for
Carrie?
consent.
No, that's it.
Okay, Abby,
I don't have anything to add.
so would that mean that you're in favor of the comments that have been made?
Yeah, I guess.
Okay. Diane, comment?
I'm, I'm with the comments that have been made. I don't quite understand.
Nor do I.
So anyway, that's what I think.
Okay, thank you. Well, I'm the lone voice here because I do believe that 4 feet as seen from Surfside Road, which is our purview, will be impossible for any human eye to detect. So can I have a motion on this?
I'd like to ask to hold so that the applicant can come in
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
if
I'd
it's
like
not going to
to,
work in my favor.
I'd like to clarify, the issue isn't how this structure is built, viewed from the street in and of itself. It's the character and setting, which is well within our purview. So I don't appreciate the concept that that is not being represented. And I think it's fair to represent that. So I am representing it.
Okay, I disagree with you. So can
I
have
would make a motion.
Could we hold off just one more second? I have one more question about it.
Yeah.
Otherwise I can make a better. So Val, so we're talking about Surfside Road and the property line on the left of it, where you have the blue arrow.
Yeah,
And-
that's
and-
the roof of the neighbor.
And you were going to push it into the lot 4 or 5 feet
No, towards the property line.
towards the property.
Where you see
She's
it
1
on the
foot off the
map.
setback.
Okay,
They
All right.
originally asked for that. We said no, 4 more feet over, and now they're asking to go back to their original app.
okay, all right.
So
So I'll make a motion to disapprove.
I'd like to have the opportunity to,
I have made a motion.
So
Thank
let's,
you.
let's see where it goes, Val. Thank you. Okay, Stephen has made a motion to disapprove. On that motion, Abby?
No, that's a no.
No, very good. Diane?
No,
Very good. Thank you, Carrie.
yeah, I'll listen to the neighbor now.
All right, I'm a
Sorry,
yes.
Stephen.
Wait, I haven't got, okay, Stephen's a yes and I'm a no too. Okay, so that motion does not carry. May I have another motion, please?
I'll make a
She's got-
motion to hold for representation and a little more information.
Maybe she can get a letter. from
Thank
him.
you, Abby. On that motion, Diane,
aye,
Carrie,
Bye.
This can be yours.
Abby,
Aye.
very good. Stephen,
No,
okay, and I'm in favor. So that motion carries 4 in favor, 1 opposed. Okay, Val, thank you. Let's see, 17 Orange Street. Do we have Linda?
I'm sure.
Yes, I am here and I always represent my clients, Diane.
I know that.
Okay, 17 Orange, new business. We don't have, we have the regular board, just so you
Regular
know.
board? Okay.
Yep.
Hold on. Okey dokey. I gave you rather extensive submission and I hope everybody had a time to look at it. I know the architects are here, but I can't tell from, is Hannah here? Esmeralda, Adrian, can you see Hannah up there?
Yes, our team is here.
Okay, so the team is here. If you have any architectural questions, this is one of the row houses. I gave you all the history on it and I gave you all the pictures of all the other roof walks, et cetera, that have been approved since the turn of the century, which I gave you proof of that. And most of them have been approved by the HDC after 1950. So we'll just put that on the table now. It's a very unique lot. When you look at the Sanborn maps, it was the only one of 15, 17, 19, 21, and 23, which are the five of them, that did not have an extended rear L. Their kitchen was in the basement. We found evidence of that. I took Holly all through the building and she can attest to that. And we have the builder here as well. Will Stevens is back up there. He's going to be doing the work. The property was sold and the couple that bought it absolutely adore this structure. They are not replacing any of the windows in the main body of the house, front and back. They're going to rehabilitate them. If you need Will to explain how he's going to do that, he can do that. But if you drive by, unlike the one that did it on Main Street with no permission, you will see windows being taken out, frames being rebuilt, and the windows put back in. So they're going to rehab every window, front and back, of the main body of the house, the original body of the house. This happens to have one of the smallest backyards of all of the structures. This view is a good view. Take a look at this view up there. The two-story addition to the left is part of the original, not that one, the one in right, yeah, that one. That's part of the original building of the house, according to the Sanborn maps. They were all built in 1860. And that other section wasn't there at all. That was a later section. The windows in that section are all weight and balance. The other ones in the main body of the house are the original windows with the original glass. It's quite stunning. They're going to renovate the house. There's very little gut rehab going on. There's some stuff in the basement, which is beyond your jurisdiction. Those four windows on that back L are going to remain. Those are weight and balance. Everything back there is weight and balance. Those are going to remain. They're going to rehab those and replace the weight and balance on those. The ones below that you see circled up there, that's in the kitchen, which was a newer addition, and those are going to be replaced. The window that you see circled up to the right is off center from the rest of them. It's higher than the rest of them in the bathroom over a heating coil. So they're going to drop that down, replace that window, drop it down. If they can use the window, they will use the window and drop it down to the same height as the other four. The door, there is a door to the left that's going to be replaced. You can see the existing on the bottom. And we're going to add a small, very small deck off the back of that second floor, newer L. If you want to go to what would be the west elevation, I think it's up top. That's the front. There you go, the west. The west elevation, and we can't go over. You can see where the other half of that roof is because they're all zero lot lined. We're going to put a small little deck there. 15 has a deck. 19 has a deck. 21, I believe, has a deck, but you'll have to look at the pictures. It's been a while since I've looked at every one of these 60-page submission. And 23 has a wraparound second floor deck with cross bucks, bless you, and regular railing. So we're going to have a small little deck, take out those windows that are on that end and replace them with two French doors, 12 and a kick panel. Above that, you will see the utilities, AC units. Now we gave you two ways of doing it. There is one up higher. If you can sort of move the whole thing over. Yeah. We've given you an open baluster with the AC units, and we've given you a shingled baluster with the AC units. Now, 19 has an abomination. That's in one of the pictures where they've got some sort of a weird thing on top of a second floor, story and a half area that's completely shingled in top and bottom and around with vents all over it. The one next to that has elevated AC units with a wall around with balusters on the top of that wall. The 23 has the largest lot because it actually wraps around the back of 25. And if you remember, some of us were here when they got a pool, and that pool in the top end of the St. Paul's parking lot, which is attached to the last of the row houses at 23. Reason why the zoning was changed, that no pools are allowed in the old historic district. That was the catalyst. That
Yeah.
caused a great hue and cry.
Let's stay
Now-
on. It's okay, Linda. Thank you.
Yep. So we're adding that. We are adding a walk down, which you can see because we don't want to interfere with the coal access on the Orange Street side to get into the basement. So we
Mhm.
need a way of getting into the basement. And that's the walk down, but that's off the back of the structure. We're going to put a gate across it so it's not a straight shot looking in. So basically, those are pretty simple additions on a new addition in the back of the structure. The roof walk we'd like to add, as we've added roof walks up and down Main Street, up and down Orange Street, Silver Street, not Coon Street, Independence Way or whatever they call it now. And a lot of those little streets over there, Beaver Street, I've done too. So this argument that we don't approve them because there's a policy, if it didn't have one to begin with, is ludicrous. Because I've proven time and time again in the old historic district that most of these roof walks were put in after the turn of the last century. And most of them by the HDC or certainly after 1950. So that doesn't hold water anymore, and that would be arbitrary and capricious. If you have an issue with the design of it, that's one thing. It's pretty much matches the one that's on 23, which was there at the turn of the last century, actually prior to that. That's the oldest one over there besides 25 and one across the street. Otherwise, when you look at the aerials, which I've supplied several of, from the top of the Unitarian Church looking south of Main, you see no roof walks. You see just those three for quite some time, certainly into more modern times. So most of them have been added by us at the HDC or before the HDC even took effect there. So those are the main things that we are doing. So if you have questions, I can answer them, but I'm looking at some of the things that were sent in, which are absolutely baseless. Especially I'm going to go down HSAG because I'll never get a chance to rebut it. And we should have a chance to rebut things that are said that are incorrect. But the historically never had a roof walk is already proven that that's not a relevant issue. Third floor mechanical equipment. Nobody back there had anywhere to put it. That's why two of them have already elevated them off the ground in rather ugly fashion. There's a
Okay.
picture of the one next to us. The rear chimney is not historic. That didn't even exist, that L. When they put in, Holly's been in the building, it's a newer chimney.
Linda, I
It's
think
put in
you're
the kitchen.
anticipating what HSAG.
No, I'm
and
reading it.
Holly
I
are
have it.
going-
I have it, which we don't usually get in time for the meeting to address. I just want to correct some of the errors. It is not an historic chimney. It's relatively new compared to the entire rest of that L.
Let's hear from Holly.
I would like to take it out. That's what I'm saying.
We got it. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, Holly, it is to you now.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, 17 Orange Street is the James Easton House. We actually have a new updated Form B based on our survey plan that we've done. There's actually take that back. It's a Form A because it is for the entire row house
Mhm.
that the Folger block represents, built by Philip H. Folger, who was a willing merchant, and it's been Habs documented in the 1970s. These are federal style 2.5-story row houses, individually significant in our old historic district and National Historic Landmark. The proposal really is minute compared to what we've seen. They're doing a window change on the rear, historic reno, and adding the roof walk. Staff's perspective, appreciate the retention and restoration of the existing historic windows on the front and the back of the main block. The proposed new on the rear L are TDL Green Mountain as appropriate in the OHD. The existing in the L are weight and balance as noted by Linda. And as she mentioned, I did have the privilege of going in the house, so I appreciate that very much. So seeing actually that this one row house out of all 5 has had the least change, if you will, and it's actually noted with Habs over the years. The photos are telling that the existing units with AC units have either proposed mechanical enclosures, either shingled or railed. So whichever the commission is so inclined to approve, would be consistent with what's there. Staff would recommend the one that's proposed on the plans as as railed. The removal of the rear chimney is a later addition and not original to the main block of the structure or the original structure itself, and that's telling on the Sanborn maps. I believe that it's 1887 was that when that L section was done. The second floor deck meets the building with Nantucket in mind depth requirements and is consistent with other of the row house deck units. The proposed roof walk is an appropriate feature to a federal style row house. 23 had a roof walk in the 1890 photo and has one today. I hope the owners apply for a historic tax credit application to the MHC or the federal government and or both, as the structure would be a great candidate with the retention of the original windows and keeping of the historic features in the structure. Although not germane to the HDC, you would see a historic determination application before you if they are so inclined to do so. And I just had one comment on the basement that it would be nice to keep that historic oven and the existing floorboards after the work is done. So overall, I have really no concerns on the proposal, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Mr.
Holly.
Chairman, if my architects want to add something, can we ask them if they want to add something quickly?
You mean add something in terms of the narrative?
Yes,
Quick,
they're all
very-
there,
Very
all three of
quick.
them.
I see that. So yes,
Hi.
very quickly.
This is Dan, Kate, and Hannah. We're the architects on this project. As Linda mentioned, the owners have really fallen in love with the character and the historic quality of the renovation. As we've talked through many design options with them, they keep going back to wanting to keep as many original elements as possible, including floors. We're reusing existing doors. We on the interior. So they are committed to conservation and making sure that the house maintains its original character.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. I'm sure we all appreciate that. Um,
And Mr.
Now-
Chairman, up on the screen, if you can see it also, that thing
got
is
that.
what's next door to us. Right
Understood.
next door is there, all their utilities are in that thing,
Yeah.
and that's above ground.
All right, thank you. Tell me, I'm not seeing in the queue, I'm not seeing Mickey in the queue. Is there anybody to represent HSAG?
Mr. Chair, Lucy Dillon is here to represent HSAG.
Oh, Lucy, and you're live, right? You're down on the floor?
Yep, she's here.
All right, so let's recognize Lucy.
Hi, Lucy Dillon, HSAG. Have all of you read the notes that were submitted yesterday? Anyway, our group is against the addition of the roof walk. Number 23 has one, which is old and historic. I think our opinion was that that group of row houses with a line of roof walks would not be a good addition historically.
Okay.
The
Lucy,
third-
oh, any more?
Yes, the third
Yeah.
floor mechanical equipment platform will be visible from St. Paul's. And after the just recent discussion of retaining historic materials and character, I think that that is good enough reason not to allow them. There is space at the rear corner of the lot for the mechanicals. And we thought the rear chimney was historic and should not be removed. Thank you.
Lucy, thank you. And I would assume from that, the other things that they're requesting are okay in the opinion of your board. Very good.
Can I just make a quick comment there?
Oh, come
Very
on.
quick.
I'm allowed to, Diane, if something was said that's not correct. St. Paul's is not your jurisdiction. I did go, after I read HSAB, I did go and measure from Fair Street obliquely, mind you, back to where the deck is and where some of the other changes are, and it's 140 some odd feet. Now, if they're going to moan about being able to see something from St. Paul's where there's no jurisdiction, Bunker Court, just to be clear, Bunker Court, and if you go to St. Paul's now, you can see the line in the ground, they spray painted it. Bunker Court comes through the right side of St. Paul's parking lot. It's historically been there. It's on a lot of the old maps, and it goes around the right side of the parking lot and then curves left, and it goes down that little alleyway that runs behind all 5 of these. But you can see the second floor decks. You can see one of the AC enclosures from Bunker Court. We are at the very end of Bunker Court, number 15, who sent something in, put 2 AC units in their setback in a little enclosure down on the ground, but they have a much bigger lot than we do. And again, we probably have the smallest amount of yard, if you want to call it a yard, it's got a stepping stones, of anybody in that entire grouping. So it's a
Okay.
little more boxed in, which is why they never extended the back of it until much later beyond the other ones when they already had them when they built them. There was a picture, I think you already saw it, but there's the
Linda.
picture I want you to look at. No roof walks except for the 3.
Okay. Thank you, Linda. Okay. Now, I'm afraid I'm going to mispronounce your name, Mr. Gadudi.
Oh, excellent pronunciation.
Oh, thanks. You have some comments?
I do. Thanks so much, Mr. Chairman, and all the commissioners for hearing our concerns. My name's Al Gadudi, and my wife and I have owned 15 Orange since 2004, which makes us an abutter in the truest sense of the word, since we actually share a wall with 17 Orange. And I think that's what makes the row houses, the block, as they're known, unique, is that we all share walls and we have a common roof line. And so with respect to a couple of concerns I have with respect to the roof walk, I think frankly, the discussion of roof walks on other structures on Orange is irrelevant. I think it should be solely focused on this structure of the block, and given its historical nature. And then also when there were previous attempts to add roof walks on the block, the HDC never considered these other structures on Orange Street and elsewhere. So with that, there were a couple of times when roof walks were applied for on the structure. And nobody disputes the existence of a roof walk on 23 Orange sometime around 1900. I think it was probably 1888 to 1904. When the then owner of 23 Orange applied for roof walk in 2005, the HDC initially commented that it was inappropriate for the structure, that they wanted to see more historical documentation. And then the owner returned in 2006 with photographic evidence of a previously existing roof walk, and the HDC approved with conditions. So I think it's clear that the HDC allowed a roof walk to be built only because one previously existed there. And then when the owner of 19 Orange applied to add a roof walk in 2010, the HDC commissioners denied the application because they did not believe it was appropriate for the structure. They were citing that they were reluctant to, I have the minutes here, reluctant to start allowing piecemeal roof walks on these buildings. The buildings are more handsome and appropriate without them, and that they required historical documentation. There's other comments from those minutes as well. So I think it's clear then that the HDC did not allow a roof walk on 19 Orange in 2010 because there was no evidence one previously existed. So I think there's no evidence that a roof walk existed on any of the other houses on the block other than 23, and such the application for this one on 17 Orange should be denied. I'll quickly add a couple of other elements to the application. By the way, I've been in this house. I know it needs to be brought up to date. I applaud the owners for wishing to do that. They've got a big job ahead of them. I have no problem with some of the things that you discussed about windows, et cetera. I think that's great that they're going to do that. But in order, the rear deck that they're talking about is 8 by 10.5. It's on top of a first floor roof that's shared with 15 Orange. So it is on a roof that we share with them. And I think that deck would be unique to the block, and that it would directly abut a neighbor's yard, 15 Orange, and other such decks in the block are located away from the neighboring houses. And then the HVAC equipment on top of the second floor, that still would result in the equipment being located higher than any other such equipment on the block houses. And as Ms. Williams noted, we have ours in our backyard. So I'll just reiterate the statement that we're recognize that the people on who bought 17 need to bring it up to date. We're happy that you're going to do that. But I think given the historical significance of the block and the abutting nature of these houses, including the fact that we share a wall and a roof line, leads me to raise these concerns. And I thank you for hearing them.
Okay, thank you very much for your comments. Okay, I'm going to pass it over to the board now. Who would like to begin on this one?
I can go if,
Thank you, Abby.
okay. I enjoy the simplicity of the existing structure. I'm opposed to the roof walk. It's not original to the building, and it would set a bad precedence. And ruin the purity of these old historic row houses. I'm just afraid that once one goes up, we're going to get a row of roof walks. And I think that's going to ruin the simplicity and the what makes it just such a unique set of buildings. On the third floor, the balustrade obscures that window. I would make it just one French door so that it looks like the other two windows to the right
That's the raw windows.
on the back. Sorry.
Yeah, I've asked I believe the raw windows are leaving the windows. I don't remember there's a door, but there's probably some
There-
other access.
On the third floor, there's a
Can we see that elevation, please?
proposal.
Hannah, is that going to have a door to get to the AC units or coming through the windows?
The intent is to use the double hung in that bathroom,
Yeah,
No-
not
no
a door.
No door.
not a door, so it would not be disrupting that main structure.
Because that's an original window.
Yes.
Okay, so on that third floor, yeah, but, sorry, I'm opposed to that decking in front of that window because it obscures the old window.
Okay.
And, sorry, on the second floor, if that was just a French door, it could look more like the two historic windows to the right.
Just one door?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it just gets a little busy here.
There's a triple there now, Abby, and so we're actually covering less wall than the existing triple. But one door is probably going to work.
Let's see. Sorry, that's all I think we're in, have view, in our,
Okay,
thank you.
thank you, Abby. Let's
Okay.
see, Stephen, are you ready? Oh, Diane, go ahead.
I'll go.
Yep.
I agree with Abby on the windows walk, on the roof walk. It, in our things that we are supposed to consider, which has never been removed, that roof walks should not go on buildings that have never had them. And I haven't heard anything that we're supposed to throw that out. So I don't think it fits on this house. The roof walks of the 5 buildings all flow one to the other and all have their individual characters. And I think that should be maintained. I think that I appreciate the windows being saved and rebuilt as much as possible. I think the putting of the AC units and stuff should go to another location that will not be so obvious up on that roof to have a busy. And I think that it's important to see the back section of this house, because although it may be 142 feet away from the church, it's still in our mission. It says something should fit into the neighborhood. It doesn't say less than 140 feet or 132 feet. It's part of the neighborhood, and as they sit or they stand in the parking lot and look over this, the back end of this building is as important as any other. Never mind how many actual feet it is away. That's the mission of the HDC. That's what we're trying to do. I'd like to know what the history of the chimney that's being discussed they mentioned that it was not historic. I would like to know when it was built. It can't be very new because they haven't done a lot to this building. And I think I would like to know the history of it before I consider whether it should come or go. Thank
I
you.
believe Holly answered that question earlier. It was not part of the original structure because it didn't
I-
exist.
I understand it wasn't. I said, when was it built?
Probably probably after the turn of the last century, because the windows there in that section, that's the kitchen. And then they added on another section behind it. It's relatively new brick, new setting, and it's sitting in the middle of the kitchen at this point, and it's just not old brick.
Okay.
And it's part of the newer
Photographs-
section.
Maybe some photographs of that would help.
They're in the file
Okay,
of the outside.
but so Diane, you have spoken your piece?
For the moment, yes.
Okay, very good. Stephen, are you ready?
Oh, yeah. First and foremost, it looks like this isn't going to be the last time we see this. I'd like to get a set of drawings in the packet, please, that are legible. None of the notes or dimensions are legible, and that's a real problem.
What do you mean by that, Stephen? They're pretty
They're not
detailed.
legible.
What?
I
It's
cannot
probably
read the
scanned
notes.
documents, so no
Okay.
matter how, it's
On the
pixels.
big plans, you can read them.
Yeah, well, I'm not looking at the plans on the big
Alright.
plans.
Okay.
So our process is to review digitally. And these drawings are supposed to be submitted digitally in a manner that they're legible. So I'm just simply asking that we have something we can look at and understand the notes. So we don't have to come to the meeting and ask a bunch of questions, which I'm not going to do because there's been so much time already burned up.
It's a fair request, Stephen. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I thought so too. I have a question through you, Mr. Chair, for Holly. Holly, I don't know if you know this. I don't expect that you would offhand. If you do, I'll be thrilled. But 23 has a second story on the front facade, what amounts to a second story sun porch with some deconstructed Victorian brackets on a federal style home. Do you have any idea when that was constructed?
I do. It's put in your packet. I put the picture and the notation from the NHA in there that it was added after the time because he actually lived in that one.
Linda, please. Do you
After
have
they
a
got
date?
built.
That was directed for Holly, correct?
Yeah.
Stephen?
Yeah, but it's in your packet somewhere.
Right,
She's-
right. Let's let Holly answer the question. Thank you.
Yeah, I didn't see that. I looked at the drawings. It wasn't legible and I just kind of
I'm,
stopped there.
I'm skimming our updated Form B.
Hmm.
The entry to 23 Orange Street is accessed by a north-facing wood staircase consisting of a single pane wood door flanked by side lights and surround 5-light transom. It was set within a plain wood surround and wood lintel. Fenestration consists of double hung 6/6. Hold on. I'm just trying to skim that.
Yeah, that's fine. Take your time and give us all a chance to.
Stephen, if you scroll back to
The
the
rear
old
L
photos.
built by 1887 projects from the southwest bay on the rear elevation of 23 Orange. A circa 1898 to 1904 second story hip roof octagonal bay window projects from the southwest east corner of 23 Orange Street.
Yeah.
Is that
After
where
the
that's
turn.
what you're looking for?
It doesn't give a date.
Yes,
Yeah,
between 1898 and 1904.
And the original construction date of the structure?
The entire row house was built circa 1831.
Okay, so 67 years later, the
Right.
octagonal porch was added. Okay.
Deemed contributing.
and you can see it, Stephen, on the Sanborn map
Linda-
because it's
Linda-
not square anymore.
Linda, stop. Stephen, continue, please. Thank you.
Okay, so, I mean, just again, not having looked at the notes on the actual architectural drawings, I think my comments, I'm sorry, I want to get back to the elevations. "23 Orange, is that a plunge pool? on
It's
the
a real
roof walk?
pool.
The pool.
The pool that
No,
caused
it's
a lot of
it's the
problems.
skylight on the,
Oh,
on 23.
Yeah,
Okay, so here's my drawing. Thank you. Well, so yours are legible. How come mine aren't?
There's two different files.
Yeah.
We got to get this cleaned up, guys. Oh,
I submitted
incredibly
it all in one
frustrating.
sheet.
So then I sit here and
Linda,
spout
please
off.
stop.
And I could have looked in a different file. So from the front elevation, given the fact that there are historical elements being created over time, point of fact being the octagonal hipped roof, second story sunroom with the deconstructed Victorian brackets. And the fact that the roof walk is period appropriate for federal style, I don't have a concern with the roof walk. I do have a concern with the rear third story balustered rail. However, I look next door to 25 and having walked up the street recently to look at these structures, and there is one third floor balcony balustrade right adjacent in the between 25 and 23 visible from Orange Street. So I personally have a hard time making the case that, well, I don't think it's visually appropriate, that historically it's not appropriate. I agreed with Abby if there was, again, I don't think it should be a double set of French doors on the second story. I just don't think it's appropriate to the character of the fenestration of the existing structure. They're smaller than widthwise than the window that exists to the right.
Okay.
And I think that you could just do perhaps an oversized door that met the mutton pattern. It doesn't have to be the exact width. It would look odd, I think, if it were, because it won't be the same height. But I think that there's some room for some design solution there with a single door and not as wide as what is currently proposed. I think the windows below need to be reworked, the triple, to the extent if they're visible. Again, I just don't think they're appropriate for the structure. And those are basically my comments. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Stephen, thank you. Val, your turn.
Okay. I agree about the roof walk. I'm not sure we should start adding those there. I agree with Abby about the door being single and maybe the deck being pulled in a little bit, so it's not the entire size of the structure. So it's more like a balcony. And I understand about the AC units, that it's unfortunate. There is precedent, however. And I'm not so sure open rail will hide it. It seems as though the other ones have half shingle, half rail.
And one whole shingle on one of them.
So those are my comments.
Val, which would you prefer, the open rail or the shingle? Or you get one of each in there?
She was suggesting a half and half.
Okay.
Well,
I think.
I'm referencing pictures that show the first portion of some of these shingled, and then the top has a little railing, so.
Yeah, that's
The reason I'm
21.
thinking that may be more appropriate is you can't see them and it may mitigate noise.
Okay,
Good point, Val.
half and half is fine if you like that better.
All right, Val, that's it?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. My comments. The roof walk, I am concerned about, not because I believe that there is a policy in place, because I know that this is not true. We have, the HDC historically has approved new roof walks on existing buildings without having to demonstrate that there was one there prior. But however, I do have a concern that if we approve this one, then we're going to sort of have one, each of the other units, which would be unfortunate. So concerns there. I like the idea of going with a single door on the second floor, and I am, of course, speaking about the west elevation. A wider door, to Stephen's point, so that it's more in keeping with the wider windows that we see to the right. And I think the half rail thing with respect to the third floor and the AC units is not a bad idea, given visibility and acoustics, although that's not our purview. But I think that having balusters up there will give it detail that it would need, in my opinion. Those are my comments. May I have some?
Is it possible if we're at this point, if we can we'll take the roof walk off, and we'll do the half rail on the AC and make the single door for the deck and pull it back another foot. Is that something we can do through staff, and Steve can review it in the office?
I personally would be fine with that, but board members, let's see. If there is support for that idea, we could form that in a motion if somebody would care to go down that road.
What's happening to the third floor?
It's going to be a half rail,
Half
Abby.
and
That was
half.
what some people have already suggested, Val, and everybody seems to like that. It'd be a half shingle like the one 2 doors away with just a top rail.
Right.
Like this.
Yeah, I know, I just.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
I would just request a very clear motion so that if I'm tasked with this,
Yeah, I'm with you on that. Do you mind making that motion, Stephen?
no, I'm not
You
sure
don't
I'm
mind, or
following.
no, you don't want to make the motion?
I don't want to make the motion because I'm not certain, if I make a motion, I'd want to address those 3 windows, the triple windows, and I'm not certain of a solution for that. So I'll just leave it with,
I could try a motion. Would you mind just doing those revisions and then we could get on with it, just so we could see what that would look like?
I just don't want to wait another 6 weeks. They want to get started on this before the neighbors come in and they're banging away inside this house. I don't want to do that.
So for me personally, I don't know what will be shingle and what will be.
Take a look at the picture.
can we
that
do
Val
an
has.
exhibit? Can I suggest? we do an
Bottom
exhibit?
portion would be shingled, the top portion would be baluster.
Right, but how much is that?
Half and half.
Val, would you mind?
I will.
Yeah, I'm not.
Okay,
Yeah,
Okay.
Val, that would be
Exhibit.
really great.
Mr. Chair.
I think there should be 3/4 quarter.
So it sounds like the motion would be to not approve the roof walk at this time, to have the second floor double French doors on the west elevation go to a single French door that would be wider so as to replicate or to not replicate, but sort of follow the width of the windows that are to its right. And then the
Okay.
third concept would be to have the rail on the third floor be shingled halfway up and balusters for the remaining half, the top half.
And I believe Stephen had an issue with those windows. We could
On the
probably,
first floor.
yeah, probably, they're going to be minimally visible, Stephen, and there's like all kinds of wacky windows on behind of these things on their rear additions. So I don't think it's going to have much of an impact.
Through you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
If they're not visible, I'm not as concerned about them. I'm just observing what I am. And are they shown as double hung?
Hannah, are they double hungs or are they fixed 6 light? double hungs.
We have awning 6 lights there.
Awnings.
Awnings.
They could be 3/3.
Again, if
three
they're
over
not
the
going
same.
to be,
Let Stephen
Again,
speak, please. Thank you,
they're
Stephen.
not going to be visible, I don't want to address it at this point.
Okay.
Okay. All right, so can somebody craft that motion?
Actually, I'm going to take that comment back. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, but
Yeah.
if there's any chance those are going to be visible, trying to reflect the proportion of the light size
Top sash.
in the original sash, I think would be appropriate and larger than as is shown. So
Okay. They'll be deeper than top to bottom.
Hang on.
just the, instead of having a 6 light, maybe go with a 4 light, but change the dimension of the windows so they mimic the proportions of the existing fenestration.
Okay, we can do that.
Stephen,
Yeah, I'm sorry.
just want to make sure of something. When you say the existing fenestration, you don't mean the window that's already there. You mean the main windows in the house, the large ones, right?
Or the
Correct.
6/6, which is
Yeah.
what's there.
The
They're not
larger windows,
They're
Okay.
they're
Which-
12/12.
Okay,
yes.
but make them 4 lights a piece. Vertical panes, obviously.
Wait, Linda,
May I clarify what those windows are? The 3 windows are the equivalent of the upper sash of the existing
Six
newer
inch.
extension window.
But we're suggesting something different than that.
Right, I was trying to make
Can
sure
I
we knew
clarify?
what we're working with.
Mr. Chair, can I
Yes,
just
sir.
clarify,
Thank you.
because poor Val is over there getting,
Going through pages.
Val,
Stephen, go.
when you get to that, Val, when you get to that point, I'll comment. Okay.
I'd like to make a comment too.
Okay, I'm just finishing up, Diane, and then I'll give it back to the chair, okay?
Okay,
Okay.
Go ahead, Stephen.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Diane. Val's still working out.
Oh, okay.
She's,
Diane, your
you know,
comment, and then we'll roll it
I
back.
have a problem having this go and being passed in the office and not come back to us. I think
Okay,
that I think we need to see it again and get a fair comments from all the commissioners. I really think that this has
Well-
been going around the circle but I think it needs to. There's no information about the chimney, somebody to guess or maybe is not what I'm asking for. The rest of the windows and what's going to be there and what it's going to look like, I think we have to see. That's what
Okay.
we're,
well, so Diane, it all depends on what the motion is, and if you don't like the motion, you're certainly.
I will
vote.
make, it's just a suggestion that maybe it isn't a proper motion to try and do it
Okay,
in the office.
thank
All
you,
right.
Diane. Mr. Gadudi, very, very quickly, please.
Sure. I just was questioning about the deck. I heard people talk about perhaps making it smaller deck. There's talk about the windows. I wasn't clear what you're proposing before you make the motion. Just to reiterate that is on a shared roof with us and it looks directly into our backyard, which is different than the other deck. So I want you to just make sure that we have an outdoor shower there, that it's an appropriate structure for something that shares a roof with us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Just point out that the other decks look into our yard.
Linda,
They look
stop.
into their yard,
We're
you know.
gonna
Oh,
just
come
vote
on.
for revisions if this continues.
This
Yeah,
is crazy.
I'm going to make a motion to
Well, I
hold
think-
for revisions, come back with those changes so we can have a look, take
I
the
got
roof.
it.
I thought there was a
roof block off.
motion on the floor.
No.
There was.
Nope.
I got to get some order in our house.
Yeah. Can I figure out the window thing,
Who
Steve,
made
that
the
you're after?
motion?
Yeah, who made the motion?
Stephen.
He stopped.
Well, we discussed a motion. I don't know if a motion was actually made. We discussed a motion. Val was going to do an exhibit. And then we got into discussion. I think at this point that it's really not going to go forward based on what I'm hearing. Unless, Val, have you done any of the exhibit work?
No, but I thought I was also making the motion, so I can wait.
Yeah, no, I was going to have, I was
Okay.
suggesting that you would do the exhibit and therefore you could do the motion.
Yeah,
Okay.
And that way it would be clean and easy for staff to be able to review. It's an important structure. We want to get it right. I personally don't believe that we need to go through this exact same thing another time. We've been talking about this application on its merits, a reasonable amount of time, but duplicating that effort seems unwarranted to me.
So what I'm waiting for is those three
Linda,
windows.
please, you need to
Linda, yeah,
please
you're
not
you're the
interrupt.
problem.
I'm just writing it down.
We're going to give you an exhibit if
We're
it
gonna
moves
write it
forward.
down.
If it
Oh, all
doesn't,
right.
you're going to have to come back with revisions.
Okay,
Speaking is
Val,
not
are you
helping.
ready?
I'm gonna give it a shot.
All right.
Motion to approve through staff with the following conditions.
Okay.
No roof walk.
Correct.
The third floor utility contraption to have be partially shingled on the bottom and have balustrade, typical balustrade on the top.
Okay.
Correct.
The door to become a single door
On the second floor.
on the second floor, the deck to downsize. I think it's too big. It's the entire roof. It needs to be more like a balcony.
How far do you want me to take it down?
Say a foot or two.
I'd
A
say
foot or two?
2 feet across and 2 feet deep.
Okay.
The windows below that to be 3/3 double hung, not awning, because you
Okay.
can see this standing on Fair Street.
Okay,
Okay.
And I believe that's my motion.
And is that going to be?
And it's going to be per exhibit A.
Okay, thank
Okay.
you.
Okay, so we have an exhibit A to accompany this. All right, Val, thank you very much for crafting that motion. On Val's motion, Diane,
I don't know, try somebody else first.
okay, all right, I will. I'll be back to you. Abby,
I am an I. We just discussed making the balcony,
Smaller.
smaller. It would be- It's 10.5 now, it would be 8.
we
I
did.
got it.
By 6.
Okay, so thank you, Abby. Stephen,
I'm an aye.
very good. Diane,
I'm sorry,
Oh.
Mr. Chair. I need a clarification.
yes?
The motion is without the roof block. That's just.
Yes.
Without.
Oh, yeah.
With prejudice.
No, we're just roof
I
walk.
want it clarified, Linda, please. It's just a simple, we're approving it, but the roof walk is not part of the approval.
That's right.
It's not.
Correct.
We're just taking it off the table.
That's the way I understand. Linda, stop. That's the way I understand it, Stephen. Yes, without prejudice. Okay, so Stephen, you're in,
Yeah.
right? Okay, Val on your motion,
I,
and I am in favor. Thank you, everyone.
Did you go
Okay.
back to Diane?
Oh, I'm sorry, Diane. No, I got, oh, that's right, Diane, you deferred. Sorry. So your vote, Diane, sorry.
Yeah, it seems to cover the things that I'm concerned about. I just wonder, why do we have to say the roof walk without prejudice? Why don't we just say no?
We're
Well,
withdrawing
We
the
are,
roof
we
walk.
are saying no. It just means that in the future, if they wanted to come back and reapply, that they can.
Yes, we're just withdrawing that
That's all
part.
that means. Okay, so Diane, are you in?
Okay,
Okay, so Diane's in. So that motion actually passes unanimously.
Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you, everyone. Let's see, 5 Hillers Lane. And this, depending on the length of this might have to be my last application.
Mr. Chairman, may I
Yes,
interrupt? This is Esmeralda. 5
Yes.
Pillars Way was heard on Thursday, so this technically should be old business. It did get open and there's established board already.
okay, so does that mean we're gonna push it off until old business?
Yes. I mean, which is what's next, old business section.
Okay, so are we simply, we're still gonna review this now. It's just gonna be reviewed as old business with an established board. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay, so fair enough, but now I should ask, do we have somebody to represent?
We do.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, very good. Now, with that, you're right, hang on. Who is our board on the old business application?
Welch, Coombs, Oliver, and Thornwell.
There you go. Stephen, can you chair?
Yep.
Thanks a million.
Okay, we're gonna do it like this. Yuri, you got 2 minutes. Then we're gonna go to, we're gonna ask you questions. If we don't have any, or if we do, you'll address that. Then we'll move on to Holly, and we'll take comments from public. And then there's no more comments from anybody other than the commissioners. Okay,
Sure.
great, thank you. Why
I
don't you
don't-
start?
I don't think I need 2 minutes because we actually discussed it last time. Just trying to move the or add a driveway on the right side of the house and use the same brick pattern as it's on the existing driveway on the left. And it'll be screened. We'll add some picket type 2 picket fence on the left to cover the existing driveway, and then some fence in the back around the approved shed. And I guess that's it. Yeah. And as you see on the floor or the side plan, the driveway has a kind of wide curve to be able to get in, because you know how the Hiller's Lane is pretty narrow. I need to be able to pull in pretty easily.
Okay.
And the flare is only on one side, of course, because there is no way to turn around, of course.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone have questions on the material? Holly, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this is a 1978 infill within the old historic district, specifically the fish lots. First of all, the proposed driveway on the right has this curved driveway, which is atypical. I don't think we really have anything like that, especially in the OHD. So I would have some concern of that. If we're dealing, I'm not too sure with this one on the left, if this is supposed to just be a patio or if this is an actual another curb cut, or what the deal on that is. If it's two, obviously that requires a waiver from the planning board.
Can I hold you right there?
Yep, absolutely.
Just so questions come up, Yuri, on the left, are you removing the curb cut?
Yes, removing curb cut, it's going to be on the right side only.
Thank you. I would just want to mention that the curb cut for the new side would have to conform with the zoning bylaw 139-20.1 regarding width and depth. I also brought up last time about the existing sidewalk regarding the running bond on, that detail needs to be clear, or how that's going to be provided. What is the proposed running bond or the bond of the driveway itself, if it's going to be another one or not, have that consistency, and that should be clearly shown. It's not really shown in this plan. So those are my concerns, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Lucy, are you here for a check? Please go ahead. And then we'll take any other members.
First, I know this is a little bit out of line, but when I printed out the agenda for tonight, the code of application conduct for these meetings are these officials for timing the amount of time that people can speak?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So I wasn't sure. HSAG's comments are a straight.
We'll give you a little extra time if you need it.
No, I don't like public speaking.
Okay. What you're doing about it.
A straight sided driveway would be preferred over the curb, and please fence in the AC units. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucy. Who'd like to begin?
I'll go. I agree about the curve. I think a straight shot is a lot more in keeping with what's there. And I think the brick on the left side should be removed and become garden, because I think it's just too much brick on both sides of this sweet little house.
Okay, thank you. Who's next?
I'll
Sure.
go.
Thank you, Diane.
I think that Kara is right, that that thing on the left should be turned back. It doesn't make any for anything. And the driveway on the right-hand side should be straightened out. And that's it. And I don't know whether the hedge or whatever that the green line is going down should go across and going in front of that brick area when it comes back to being lawn and stuff, not to have it stop like that.
On the left, Diane, or the right?
The left.
Yuri, I think Diane's referring to the privet near the gate and the fence at the front. Is that to close the space?
Which green line? The
On
one,
left?
the green line on the left is existing fence.
No, here. This is shown in green in our plans. Is this
Oh.
to create privacy within? that
Yes,
space?
those are new
And then
hedges. And
What's the green line above it?
the green line above it is the existing fence.
Okay, Diane, does that answer your questions?
Yeah, it's just, it should be all part of this length of the property, I think, the fence, except where it goes into being on the right for a car. That's what. I'd like straight in, no arch, and the left-hand side made back into a garden again, or lawn, or whatever.
Thank you, Diane. Abby or Bill?
I'm not on this one.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, that's right. It's Welch Coombs Oliver. Miss Oliver.
I'm still writing my staff approval.
I'm sorry.
I agree with the comment about the driveway curve going away. I'm not as concerned about the brick on the other side with a fence there. What was the fence going to be? Picket? You're
Yes.
right.
Yes.
Yeah.
picket fence, yeah.
So maybe your best bet there is if it's going to be a extra parking space that it's not supposed to be, but a lot of people do that. the structured grass thing. So it's green. That's my concerns.
Okay, thanks. So I'm gonna kind of start in reverse. The AC unit needs to be fenced with a type 2 fence, and agree the driveway, the arc within the area of the car parking. Straighten that out. You're gonna need to
Just
do that
straighten it.
anyway, so people can pass through into the backyard. The arc at the street where the sidewalk is not atypical. There is typically an apron. But I just want to point out, not part of our approval, needs to be thought out well, so there's a smooth transition. I think that the privet on the left side encloses that space. However, to nod to my fellow commissioners, I would prefer to see the brick removed, obviously where the privet is going to be at the front towards Childers Lane. And on the width, adjacent to the house and adjacent to the neighbor, bring that privet or bring the brick back at least 2 feet on each side for planting materials or whatnot. So you have a slightly thinner but equal length brick area would be what I think would be acceptable.
From the arbor width to the gate.
Yeah. So those are my thoughts. Is there a motion?
We can straighten the driveway, of course, obviously in the back.
I'll make a
If that's a
motion
problem.
to approve through staff with a squared off driveway. And the brick of the existing driveway left to a walking path, the width of the back arbor to the front gate, and the rest to be garden. And fence in the AC, type 2 to match the rest of the stuff.
Through staff.
Mhm.
Okay, on your motion, Carrie,
Aye.
Bill,
I
Diane,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. So that carries unanimous.
Thank you.
Thank you. Back to you, Mr. Chair. And by the way, I've got a romantic Valentine's dinner at 5:30, so I will be bidding you all farewell.
So both chairs are leaving.
We have other chairs.
We got 1, 2, 3. These chairs are really comfortable.
Yeah, we've got like 6 chairs.
Look at all these chairs in the audience.
Yeah, all around.
Uh-oh. Already passed them out, huh?
What about, but so does that mean we don't get pizza or what does that mean?
That's our romantic dinner.
Oh, he's gone.
Ray's gone.
Some of us don't have significant others with which to have a Valentine's Day
Ray's
with.
gone. Is that?
Ray's gone.
Okay, so you guys are left with me. Jeff, you as the applicant determine whether you want to move forward, you want to wait for Ray. I will say that having looked at the packet, having reviewed this, and obviously getting the information requested, that I don't, unless Holly, you want to prolong this. I mean, we'll have comments, but I don't want to get into a long discussion. This was merely approved, subject to some plans that have been submitted. So I just want to forecast my particular direction as chair on this.
Well, we gave you everything I could possibly give you,
Please,
so.
please. So Jeff, this is purely your information to determine whether you want to proceed or want to wait till Ray
Go
comes
for it.
back next Tuesday.
Let's proceed.
Let's proceed.
Okay.
Whole
Thank
idea
you.
is just to preserve the place.
Yeah, no, I get you. I get you. That was never in question. It was more about getting the proper documents.
I think I gave you more information you needed.
So would you, Jeff, maybe start and just let us know that you turned in what you were asked to, and then you supplemented the record. I don't mean to put words in your mouth, but I've reviewed the packet. It's a lot of good information.
Well, he asked me to put it in and get it together, so I put it in.
We went out and took pictures.
It's been a while.
Into the mic, please.
Oh, sorry. So, we were asked to update the foundation drawing. So I took the initial elevations that we had done to show how the structure had been sinking into the dirt and highlighted. The whole intention here is not to remove any part of the structure. We're simply underpinning the historic rock foundations with 2 feet square reinforced concrete pads 3 feet down. And In doing so, we found that prior work had cut the main historic beams. And so once again, we're not cutting anything out. I simply put some pressure treated beams below the existing to tie the historic beams together. If at some point somebody has the money or time, they could scarf in repairs, but everything's there.
And Jeff, if you mind, please, don't mind, focus on the drawings. You submitted
Okay.
a set of drawings that reflect what is staying, what's being modified,
Yes,
and the structural aspect,
correct,
which was what the motion was to hold for.
correct.
Just for the public, we didn't request additional information. Otherwise, we reviewed the applicant's presentation on merits, and we requested additional drawings and information, and that's been provided. Holly, would you like to go, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just again, for the record, this is circa 1797 Prince Gardner House. Per our updated Form B from Sconset Trust. NHL data indicates 1751. So this is an oldie but goodie. I appreciate the detailed scope that's in the application that's been provided, as well as the photos and the schematics on how it's going to be done, and appreciate that the intention is to retain the existing material that's there, and that no other exterior alterations are being proposed. So basically, I think the applicant has provided what the commission has asked for, and just appreciate that on this old structure. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Do we have anyone from the public who would like to speak?
I think you've got Rob Benchley there. I don't know if he wants to talk on this, but he's Wisconsin.
Rob, would you like to comment?
Yeah, from the Sconset Advisory Group. Are you hearing me?
Yep, we are.
Yeah.
Go ahead, sir.
Okay, terrific. Thank you. Just about 3 sentences, short ones here. It's all good. Sconset trenches are usually quite effective for preserving frames below grade, but this is a case where it failed. Was this a case of the house settling for hundreds of years, or in the past 5 or 10 years? If it's the former, it seems heavy-handed to simply level them. These are deeper questions than our advisory group should be considering. But a structure of this age and prominence in the Sconset should have only period-appropriate materials exposed. The trenching should be reconstructed to properly protect the perimeter, 6 to 8 inch distance to minimize exposure of the trenching. And that's, we are wishing the house good luck. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We appreciate the comments.
Yep.
Commissioners, who is our seating board, please?
Can we get time to clarify the work?
Yeah, you want to ask questions? Please
Yeah,
go ahead.
yeah. So
I just wanted to know who was on the board. So if you recall being on the board.
I am.
Okay, great.
Mr. Chairman, before we go any further, can we establish the full board?
Well, that's what I'm doing.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
It was Ray, who's not here, yourself, Diane, Abby, and Val.
Is there an alternate?
Thornwell and Patton.
Okay, thank you. Carrie, do you want to sit?
Sure.
Okay, so Abby, now we've established a board. If you have a question, please ask.
Yeah, I don't quite understand. I thought that was like a pyramid sort of prism thing. I couldn't figure out what that was at first, but so each of those squares are going to have a stone that is going to be a structural stone. And
Correct.
that's where
Each of
it
those,
was originally?
yeah, each of those squares underneath is a 2-foot cement pad. That's where, over the years, someone has trenched anywhere in those areas. The original stone foundation only went down about 8 inches into the dirt.
Reusing the corner of the stone.
Right, and we're reusing the stones. We've actually found some stones. Somebody did work and they shoved them out of the way. So on top of the piers, the existing stones are gonna go. So you're gonna actually be seeing stones again where the structure's been in the dirt and those stones were pushed out of the way and somebody put some cinder blocks in some time ago.
And
on that
what
path.
will we see in between those?
It was exposed, Abby, when we took the dirt away. It was actually air
Mhm.
and somebody had kicked rubble in and the rubble was all over the place. So the rubble will go back into the spaces where they were kicked around. So there'll be the corner post, it'll be out of the ground now, so there's air underneath it. That's why the house wasn't rotting for many years. It's in good shape. And then you're just putting that loose rubble back in between the corner
That was
posts.
my next question. Loose, or is it going to be like mixed with cement, like some sort of mortar?
No. So
Okay.
we're on the, we've
You're
just
good? Okay.
made the pier
Jeff?
solid.
Oh,
Oh,
Thank
sorry.
you.
no, it's okay. Abby she gave me the signal. She's good to go.
Okay.
So I want to move on. Val,
I'm fine with it. Not fine that it started without approval, but I'm fine with the solution.
okay. Diane,
I am too, using the old rock, finding it. I don't think from what I read here that we will be seeing any of the cement stuff anyway. It'll be way down. And if they keep it pretty breezy underneath it, it says that should have a 5-inch airspace below. I think it'll be fine.
okay, thank you, Diane.
Can I say one?
Nope,
Oh,
we're
Sorry.
done. We
Okay.
closed the public hearing portion earlier, so we're trying to do meeting management here. I appreciate you want to contribute, Jeff, but this was really kind of determined at the last hearing. So is there a motion to approve, subject to minimal exposure and jeopardy of the
Did
structure?
we hear from Carrie?
Oh,
I'm fine with this. Good luck.
sorry,
It seems
Carrie.
like, I think you're doing the right thing.
is
So
it?
there's, I've got one more
Yep,
question.
please go
On
ahead.
that, on that corner where you cut the house into the stone, is that going to be repaired so that it looks like the house is adapting to the stone?
Oh, no, that weird corner
Yeah.
post? No, that's not coming out.
That's just going to
That's,
stay.
because
as
that
is?
corner's fine.
That's actually the highest point.
Yeah, that
Okay.
corner's just fine.
And all that is
All right.
pristine over there.
I think what Abby was referring is to the cutout, which you're saying pre-existed.
Yeah,
Okay.
they just
That's
cut
not
the
being
corner
touched,
post, the
though.
No.
corner trim right over the rock.
Good question.
All right, I'll make a motion to approve.
Okay, with minimal jeopardy to the structure, please.
Yes, and it looks like you're going in a sensitive manner.
Yes, I'm sure he will, but I'll feel better given its age. We've got to treat these structures tenderly.
Yes.
On your motion, Abby,
I'm an aye.
Val,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Carrie,
I,
and I'm an aye, so that carries unanimously.
Thank you very
for
much.
minutes. Thank you. We're going to take a 10-minute break for pizza. And I'll see y'all.
You're going to ruin your appetite.
I'm not eating pizza. I just
Oh.
wanted to announce Abby would go back to chair. Yeah, I'll select Abby at this point. I think it'll be easier because you're here.
Yeah.
Or I would, ask that you and Diane alternate.
So we're doing a break?
Yeah,
Yes.
10-minute break.
And dessert.
It's right here.
No.
never is that a problem.
But you gotta
Never
force
have
yourself
those
not to
words
not
come out
to
of my
eat.
mouth.
Where are you going tonight?
It's up to the lady.
Oh,
The lady, that's so sweet.
Is there a lot of choices though?
My
The beat.
better, funnier, pretty half.
Yeah.
What's that place called? The one town? No. The bee. The bee. The bee.
Is
That's,
it
oh, yeah.
for dinner?
Yeah,
The bean?
yeah, the bee.
That's,
Yeah, it's right up from the Greenland.
Is it dressy?
No.
no.
Nowhere else.
Got
No, I don't. The dress, not dress is
Oh,
okay.
good.
'Cause I'm
Oh,
getting
good.
It's got good food.
just announce it when we get back on?
I don't know. Oh,
Is
sorry.
this
this is
yours?
yours.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, you should announce that we're not looking at number 1 and 2.
Okay, all right.
Because we don't have our.
And 2 and 3 of old business. 126 Main.
Right, okay, so could you make that motion, Carrie, that we're going to hold
I don't
one?
think we have to make a motion, do we? Holly? For,
You don't need to make a motion, but I would just reference it that it's gonna be held.
Which one, Monahasset?
126 Main, 60
Yeah.
Easton, and 10 Monaghan.
Okay, so we're holding all of those for people in the real world.
What, we're holding 126 Main and what else?
60 Easton and 10 Monahasset.
Okay,
And we're on to 109 Main Street.
okay.
This afternoon. So we're at 109?
Yes.
Okay, and 60 Easton went over also? Okay.
60 Easton went over.
Okay. 109 is pretty simple. I think Holly's going to jump right into this.
Okay, let's wait until we got the drawings up. Okay,
I just punt right to Holly.
okay.
Okay. So for the record, this is a circa 1830 typical Nantucket, the Captain Reuben Joy House. I will notate for the record, as well as maybe to take back to your eye, that we need to have historic information on all structures.
Thank you. I said this afternoon.
There was
because
nothing
you-
on the application.
There's
There was
nothing
nothing
there.
included. So I'm going to harp everybody that I don't see information. There is an HDC survey on file. One cool little tidbit about this structure, just, because that's what I like to do, is during the 1890s, it was the McLeave Museum. It was used as a house museum.
Yeah.
So this is for a shed addition to demo some, I think, exterior stairs.
Yep, and there's a
And
door
then
changing in a window.
Remove a window.
Yeah.
I have no concerns with the proposed shed that's being added. The window that's being removed should be retained for future use if it's original. I don't know if that back L has been changed over time, that I'm not aware of. But due to the age of this dwelling, I would recommend to retain that window on site if at all possible. And that is my comment, Madam Chair. I have no concerns. Thank
Can I
you.
clarify, Madam Chair, through you, is that you reuse it or just hang on to it someday, use it again? Or what do you want me to do with it? Leave it there?
Put it up in the attic.
Hang on to it, please.
In
If
the-
it's
keep it-
original.
Keep it in where it is right now?
Oh, I had no concerns about its
Okay.
removal, but again, there was nothing to indicate the age of it. So
Okay.
if it's original to the structure, it shouldn't be removed, in my opinion. But if it's, something that was added on and they could use in another section, I don't know. There was no historical information provided for that. So-
We, just so you know, we rented that house when I was little. It's the first house I remember actually at 5 years old. The back end was different than the rest of the house. But I can't tell you the age without looking at the Sanborn maps and everything else. So if you wanted to hold it for further historical information to Thursday, I can probably dig it up between now and then. Are you meeting Thursday?
No,
Okay,
it was totally gutted and rehabbed in the
Yeah.
90s.
yeah,
Thank you. And that answered the question.
okay.
Val, would you like to go first?
I have no concerns with the proposal and I agree with Holly, just save the window
Okay.
somewhere.
Madam Chair,
Oh,
can you establish a ward, please?
okay. So we got Val and Diane, are you with us?
Yep,
Yep, Diane and myself. So that's 3. So,
Jesse and Carrie?
so maybe we should rotate. So can we do Jesse and Carrie and then I'll go to Connie and we'll go around.
Okay.
Okay,
All
so
right. Yeah, go ahead.
as for me, I would, if Holly's good with it, then I'm good with it.
Is that what you did say, Holly, that you were okay with taking out that window?
Now that Val has attested to the fact that that rear has been worked on, that's not original to the main block of the main structure, that I have no concern. So thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Carrie?
Yeah, I have no concerns, but I'm wondering if there are AC units and where are they?
I'll have to come
Because,
back for those. I have no idea. I
Um,
didn't have AC when I was, clearly when I was younger, but
Well, it seems like if they're doing some renovations, they're probably gonna put it in and they're
All
not
right.
shown anywhere. I would expect them to be on the far side of the shed, tucked behind the shed.
Yep. But that's out of the setback, so it should work back there.
If the shed fits, the AC would fit next to it.
Yep.
Back further.
I concur with that. Thank you, Carrie. Diane?
No, I think removing the window is all that is needed. And this, the window put away in a spare room until use.
Okay, I kind of hate missing an if it's an old window, that's what I just worried about.
It was redone as she did. I forgot about the rehab on that structure.
Sorry, did I miss you? Could you, sorry, could. I,
Just so I do it every time, I object to the way this is being handled with a SAG. So I have to put it on the record.
If you were sitting in our chairs, you would be appreciative of HSAG continuing
You
to do
used
their
to be
job.
all right, Lucy, thank you, sorry.
HSAG had no concerns. However, with Carrie's comment about the AC units, we agree with that. Thank you.
Okay, so go, if you are to put the units in.
We'll have to come back for that because that'll be part of the hardscape.
All right, well, so do I hear a motion then?
Motion to approve is as submitted.
That sounds good. On the motion, Val?
Aye.
Jesse.
Jesse?
Aye.
Carrie?
Aye.
Diane on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm an aye.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. (102) Quidnet.
Hello, I'm here again. Sorry, I had to step out and I missed this last one, but I'm here.
Yeah, you were just here.
Yeah, I had to leave and I didn't think it will go that quick.
All right.
But so, anyways,
102
we are.
Quidnet. Is this historic?
Looks it. It's old.
It's like 1923, I think.
Oh, so Holly, do you have a ditty on this?
Could you get back to me?
Okay. Lucy, do you have something on the Quidnet? No. Okay, it's up to us.
So, can I explain what we are
Yeah.
proposing?
Yes, please.
So we are proposing to add the stairs to the back deck, which is facing the ocean, and it's stepped pretty far back into the from the beach. Kind of similar to what is on the neighboring house. Actually, they have also similar stairs. And then we are trying to, on the front of the building, which is facing the Quidnet Road, trying to kind of flatten or straighten the roof a little bit, raise the eave on it, and at the door, better access, because the existing door right now is really very tight in the corner, and it's just really tight. And then on the side, we are trying to add bigger door into the living space, and also extend the deck a little bit behind the corner, as you can see on the side plan or floor plan. So those are the main changes.
Okay, great. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
We have no historic reference, but we do have Carrie Thornwell, who's a quid knitter. So, but if you're not ready, we can start with.
I am ready because I looked at it earlier.
Okay.
At home.
It's not-
I think the stair on the ocean side, I think you need to tuck it in somehow better than just a straight shot down. You don't see that out there. I know of one second floor deck on the beach and it does not have a stair like this. It's tucked in and goes away. So I think that stands out a little too much. And then everything else I think is okay, except for the 4-panel French doors. Those will be visible from the little road that this house sits on. And I think maybe a set of French doors with flanking windows would be more appropriate.
Yeah, that can work. Yeah.
Oh, we're not going to have back and forth. So Carrie, keep going.
That's it.
Okay.
Really, those two things are.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I just, for the record, this is a circa 1920. It's called the Chimney. The second story was added in the 1970s. So it is contributing towards the local district. Looks like the source was Mr. Alan Norcross. So it's probably one of the oldest ones, not the oldest, but an oldie out there in that heart of Quidnet. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Val, are you ready?
Yeah, I agree with Carrie, the two things, the stairs and the bank of 4, because that's the closest to the driveway, so you'll definitely see that.
Is that it?
Yep.
I'll go. Yeah,
Thank you, Diane.
the stairs have got to come in. It maybe go the other way, but they have to go close to the building, not hung out like that. And the 4 doors, I agree with both Carrie and Val, is to get rid of them. And I don't know why the little fence is off angle. My printing is too little to read why it is, but I would put, if we're going to have a center door and 2 side windows, then I would straighten out that fence so it went smoothly across it. And I think that he wants to straighten out that roof because it's got a bend in it. I guess that's okay. And he's got sort of a mixture of windows. I don't know why. We've got 6/6 and 6/1s and 1/1s. Perhaps we could. Is there any reason for that many windows, Yuri?
Those all exist, Diane.
The windows are existing. Yeah, that's why we.
The
Yeah.
ones that A's. A's
Yeah,
on
the
the north,
proposed. Sorry.
on the proposed, those are 1/1s. Couldn't they be the 6/1s?
They're existing.
They can be 6/1s. Yeah.
Okay, I think that
I-
would be good. Then you only have 3 different shapes on that wall. So I would like to see those 6/1s on the north elevation proposed.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Diane. Connie.
I have nothing additional besides the stairs and the door.
Mhm.
I'm in agreement.
I agree about that. Is anybody ready to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve as submitted
Well, yeah, go ahead.
with the windows on the north elevation. The A windows, 6/1s.
6/1, and the stair coming in, did you mention, you,
Yep, and the stair coming in, yes.
and the
bank of
French door,
You
the
wanna
bank,
have the-
the 4 French doors were going to be modified?
Yeah, I'm just trying to get it. Do you want to see it again? So you can see how the stairs come in?
Yeah,
I
that
need
sounds
to
like,
See the solution to the stair, because it's not gonna be easy and it's gonna.
Take it.
They-
So let's
Very
hold it for revisions and so we can see what comes up with the stairs.
are you clear on
Yeah.
what we would like to see?
The stairs will not really be visible from the beach. They will be so far you cannot see even if they're against the wall or even further away.
Well, did you talk to John McLaughlin about that?
No,
No?
Madam
thought-
Chair,
He has a theory, you can see everything.
yeah, I know
Vote
that.
for revisions, we'll see what we
Yeah,
come up with for the
Well,
stair.
Diane had a motion, and I think she was going to say that. Diane, could you make your motion again?
Yeah, I hold for revisions, keeping in mind, changing the position of the stairs, changing the 4 doors into one with 2 side windows, and changing the windows on the north proposed to 6/1s.
historic information.
And also all the historic information
Thank you.
that we have of the building.
Thank you, Diane, for your motion. On Diane's motion, Val.
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
Carrie,
All right,
Diane on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm an aye, so that passes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
4 South Valley Road.
Somebody's kid was in the car.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm using headphones for the first time.
Yes, I am, right?
Yes, we're back to you again. So, do I have to say that who's going to be on the board?
Please.
So, we've got Val, Diane, myself, and Jesse, and Connie. Why don't you be on this one?
I have a request, though. Can we do the demo before the new dwelling? It seems to make.
Yes.
sense to me.
Absolutely.
I was
Sounds
going
good
to
to me.
mention the same thing.
Yeah.
Okay, 4 South Valley Road demo.
And my historic information is on Zoom with us. It's the owner, Max Bent. If you want to introduce yourself, Max.
Sure. Hello, my name's Max Bent. My family's owned this property since I think the early 70s, before I was born. My grandmother built this house in the late 70s. Obviously the reason for either a demo or move off is because we are looking to build a new structure in its location. I can speak to the fact that I've reached out to Tucker Holland at the Housing and Real Estate Office. I've spoken to Ann Kruspa at who's the executive director of Nantucket Housing. Unfortunately, they are not interested in moving this structure off. They said the sizing doesn't lend itself to being able to move it. And I've reached out to the Inky, and I'm certainly going to file an advertisement for a move off if there's an interested party in it. My family's actually moved a house in the past, so I certainly want to do that if it's viable. So.
Big John Brown.
Thank you, Max. Board members.
Madam Chair, I just wanted to echo, based on what I see here, NHL does say that it's 1978. So from what he just said, that makes sense. Just want to make a point that he will be required under the building code to advertise, as he's already tried to reach out, but that advertisement will need to be done as well. So.
Thank you. Thank you, Holly. Do you understand that, Max?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, great. Okay, board members.
I think it's sad to rip down Nana's house, but I understand. And I would just ask, if nobody will take it, can people come and take stuff? You know, we're trying to encourage people to use like cabinets and flooring and doors and windows and
Absolutely. No, I mean, I'm fully in favor of that. The sliding windows you see on the porch there in the bottom left elevation, the north elevation, or excuse me, the bottom left elevation. Yeah, those are new sliders as of 3 or 4 years ago. I mean, relatively new compared to the rest of the house. So no, absolutely.
Great, thank
I-
you.
Thank you. Jesse,
Yeah, I'm okay with it.
okay. Diane?
I am okay with it. Sadly,
Yeah.
I guess it's a hard one to move because the main building is long, so I guess we're sort of stuck with having to demo it.
Yep. I'm sure the one coming up is going to be equally small in scale. So,
Yep.
okay. So Connie, I think you're on this one.
Yeah, I echo Val's sentiment, and if we can move it, great. If not, salvage would be great too.
Okay, so to that, do I hear a motion to?
Make a motion to move or demo plus salvage.
Okay, that sounds good. Val on that motion?
Aye.
Connie?
Aye.
Jesse?
Aye.
Diane?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Thank you. All right, new dwelling.
So the new house is basically going to be situated on the similar footprint to this one to utilize the cut in the topography for the underground garage. That's why this house is located where it's located. And we did a gambrel matching a lot of gambrels in the neighborhood to keep it matching the neighborhood. And the gambrels are shorter than a standard 2-story or 1.5 stories, 27 feet high and 25 at the smaller portions.
Ethan, thank you.
Yeah, sorry. Max, you want to say anything?
No, I think you covered it. Same footprint, same location.
Same footprint.
Excuse me. Same general location, not exact same location. Excuse me.
And if you scroll down, you can see we included photographs, and you can see the site plan where it's located. But it's, if you go down I have photographs in here, up higher. There you go. And that's the intersection of what is it, South Valley and Shimo Pond in the corner there, the bottom left is the top photo, and the other photo is looking up the driveway. That's not me making that sound.
Oh, sure. Wow.
Hey, I have a question, Ethan.
Yep.
Mr. Ben, is the driveway staying where it is? It looks
The
like,
driveway entrance is staying where it is. Now that is the driveway that's existing, yes, that I drew there. They're going to come back with a landscape plan eventually, but right now that's still in the works. It's based on the approval of the house. But the driveway is going to more or less stay similar. I don't know. Lindsay Atlantic is going to be doing that.
Okay.
Because the other house in the properties is their other house. The why the driveway cuts through the two properties, that's his parents' house.
yeah, I'm just asking because it looks like it's a separate lot.
Yes.
Okay. I think it's a handsome design. I appreciate the gambrel. What's the colors?
The colors are, let me zoom into this because it's so tiny. It's going to be, oh, hold on. Yeah, I could zoom in, and it says it's going to be Nantucket gray, and with black sashes indoors, and the wood roof, natural deck, and yeah, that's it. So, and it's yeah, gray and black windows,
Okay.
not white,
I
because it will glow up
appreciate
on that.
that.
Yeah.
The only thing I'm uncertain about is the roof walk, but I think it's very nice
Well,
design.
that would be cedar, natural to weather.
Yeah, it is.
You talk about the gray, Carrie. Yeah, you're on it because we're alternating.
You've got it, you're drawing it on a flat plane, but your site plan has a lot of grade lines on it. And I understand you're going down into the driveway, so of course that's going down, but you're going straight down, so I'm not sure. I think you need to show it in a section.
Max, you want to explain what you did with that?
The front of the building is at 38, it looks like, on a flat, or sorry, 48 on a flat. And then the very back of the building is at between 44 and 45. So there's a 3-foot drop from front to back. And I just wonder how you're gonna manage that. Maybe more than that. So.
Max can explain that.
Well, I think you need to draw it, Ethan.
Max.
No, I mean, I'm happy to speak to we could call the front of the house page south here. Yes, by that topography is on sort of flat level. The grade does start to slope down as you go page north on that. The existing condition is that there's a cutout to the driveway under the house. I'm not quite sure what else to explain. I'm happy to.
Well, remember, so the top corner, remember how I originally drew it, showing the 3-foot drop in that top northwest corner? And because of the landscape plan that's going to be coming in, flattens that one section out for the wraparound for the hardscaping.
I'm talking front to back. I'm not worried about.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. So what it is so I have a drawing of this showing the topography and the grade drop. That's why those portions on if you look at the west and east, that 1-story, 15-foot high portion, yes, it does drop down. But then when we come back with the landscape plan, it's going to level off. So if you want, I do have a drawing showing it 3 feet down, but it's going to come back up at that point.
So on the bottom of the page, on the right-hand corner, that corner of the house is slightly lower right now. I think our plan with the landscaping plan, which again we're working through, is to try to level the grade slightly on that corner. Obviously, we in planning the house looked at the overall elevation and tried to keep the overall elevation down. I'm sorry, I can't see the exact numbers right now, knowing that one corner did dip about 3 feet. So we tried to keep the overall house down about 3 feet.
That's why
the roof line.
And that's why in that corner, we also did the stone foundation, like a granite fieldstone foundation, which I've done in the past on houses. So we don't look at concrete. And then eventually there's going to be plantings all around it.
So in the rear, you will have about 3 feet of stone foundation showing.
Well, once the landscape plan comes in, no, but that's why I'm putting stone there, because you will see it. Yes, if you're on the property, that's why that wings of the houses are all 1-story wings.
I think if you look at the house we just approved to move off demo, you can see the grade change, if that's helpful, but
yeah.
Okay.
Anything else, Carrie?
I appreciate the fact that it is only 27.6. Would be much taller. And essentially most of it's 25. No, I think the detailing is good. The rear north won't really be visible from most areas, correct?
The harbor.
That's correct. You have to be
distance from the
you have
harbor.
to be pretty far back, like
Yeah.
standing on the top of the ferry coming around Brent Point, and you can see the house. If you're like in a dinghy in the anchorage, it's hard to see the house.
Yeah.
All the white houses will take away from this because it'll glow.
No, I think that's all. It's very formal considering what it's replacing, but that's the way we're going.
Thank you, Carrie. Diane?
No, she's muted.
Oh. Was it you?
think
or-
it's me,
Yeah, Jesse.
So Ethan,
I am concerned because you show it on a flat piece of land. And we have been very careful about preserving the up and down of the land and South Valley. Doing 2 other houses over there. So I would like, you can't change over 3 feet without coming back to us and saying why. So just a word of warning on putting it there and what you're working with. I think it's very nice. I don't know that I don't agree with Carrie on saying it's quite formal for that particular area, which is quite informal. But then we have those other houses with the tennis court, so not to complain. Otherwise, as a house, it is very well done and good at 27. The Widow's Walk is not particularly noticed in this type of building, but let's go with it and try and see what happens to it. And that's it for now. First shot.
Thank you, Diane. Jesse.
So what I was going to ask you, Ethan, is the original building, is that sited at the same elevation, the foundation?
More, yeah, because the original house has a cut-in underground driveway and all that there. So this house starts at that kind of location and utilizing all that already graded driveway area.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what is the height of the original house?
I don't know, probably like 15 feet high. 15 or 16. I mean, it's a short 1-story house. I didn't put it on my as-built because I didn't didn't do a vertical measurement.
So yeah, it's a really nice design. I love the design. What I'm concerned about is just where it's sited, and someday driving down there and it really sticking out of the vegetation and that sort of thing. So I'm just trying to be careful and mindful of that. And let me see. So I'm just going back to, I was looking at the
That's why we chose the gray colors.
Maybe we should get some elevation.
I mean, yeah, a landscape plan or an elevation plan, with a cross section would be helpful.
Yeah, that would be all coming in next if the house moves forward.
We require it to
I think,
move it forward.
that's a cart before the horse.
I think it's a great design, Ethan, and you're probably right. I've known you for years. I trust your craftsmanship, but I think with showing the elevation on a cross section would be very helpful, just to make sure, or even site poles or something, just to make sure that we're not going to see this sucker coming down Shimo Pond Road, sticking out of the vegetation, because it is a big building. And I got a feeling it's not going to, but I think it's worth that. But the building itself is great.
Okay, great. Okay, so I think I got everybody. Did everybody comment that was supposed to? Okay, so it sounds like we're looking for a cross section.
What is a cross section? I don't understand.
So an elevation, so like showing the elevation from the foundation from one section to the other section of the house going.
I still don't know. I don't understand. I'll have to see an example. I've never done this, so that's why.
Cutting through the center of the house, showing the grade elevation. So right now, the front of the house looks like it's at about 38 feet from
Cool.
zero, and the back of the house looks like it's at about 35. If you look on your site plan, you'll see all the dashed lines. Those are the elevation lines. Cut through, show where the elevation is, the grade is changing from front to back.
Yeah, I'll probably need an example because I've never done this for HDC. I don't understand the cross section for this, so I'll get an example and do it, I guess. Because
Cut in half and then
Yeah,
turn
cut.
the side, just cut facing out to us. And that should give
Out.
you what it looks like, and it should give the land below in the foundation area.
Yeah,
Or submit it with a landscape plan. I mean,
I'll submit it with a landscape plan because I don't understand a cross section of a house that I don't
that's
do.
elevation.
So,
Just talk to the office tomorrow and we can send you
Yeah.
a thing.
Okay.
Example.
would be
Okay, so
helpful.
is that
Okay.
Is that your motion
Sure.
for the cross section? Okay, so on Jesse's motion for a cross section, did you want polls? Did you want?
No
poll- No, no polls. Okay, so,
Showing existing grade elevation and proposed grade elevation, because you said you were gonna manipulate the grade and fill in places.
Oh, I see. You're saying a cross section showing the grades. Oh,
Yes.
I get it.
How
Okay,
the house
got it.
sits in there.
yeah,
I got it. I get it.
you
Sorry.
know,
I
like
think-
it's
yeah.
at 50 and it goes down to 4.
Yep,
30,
yep,
so-
yep. Got it.
Okay.
That's easy.
Okay, great. Okay, so we're just gonna hold for that. And on Jesse's motion,
Madam Chair, sorry, could you repeat the motion?
to hold for a cross section
Showing the
showing the
grades.
grades.
Thank you.
Proposed and existing.
Okay,
Thank you.
okay, so on Jesse's motion, Val.
Aye.
Diane, on Jesse's motion,
Aye.
and
Aye.
Carrie. And myself, that's an aye.
All right,
So
thanks.
you're all clear, but because it looks
Yep.
like the architecture was a go, it's just we're concerned about what the foundation's going to look like
It's it's good. Just gonna be brick or stone. Okay, thanks.
in the back. Okay, thank
Okay,
you.
bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
17 Pleasant.
They were placed earlier.
We got them up already. Holly, you want to go?
Hi, Ethan Griffin on behalf of the applicant. First, apologize to Holly. I'll note that we did not note it on the application. This is a part of a round where I think we miss that every time. So we're going to make sure it's on there. We did include a historical survey for a shed that was previously existing in this location, which is kind of interesting, but we also neglected to include the survey for the house, I believe, which again, we apologize and we'll make sure that's in there. This is, I'm sure everyone's driven past this house quite a bit. It's 17 Pleasant Street. It's right on the corner of Pleasant Street and was at New South Mill Street. It's, you know, the white clapboard all the way around. It's kind of got a Greek revival sort of vibe. And it's right on the property line or right on the street on two sides. And then has a rather ornate painted white fence that basically runs along the length of the property, except for the driveway area. And the driveway area, if we want to scroll back to the site plan, is we're proposing this garage studio structure. It's a single car structure with a studio, open studio above. And we're proposing to really integrate it into the existing gate and fence. This whole thing, you know, the idea is that this kind of reads as sort of this kind of garden folly garage that's on this otherwise or rather ornately developed property. It's got a big pergola in the back. And again, we're trying to sort of tie it in with what already is a fairly kind of ornate house and fence scenario. We've provided a cross section both through the street so you can get a sense of the size of this with the buildings on either side. And then also some views along the street. Again, just to give you a little bit more context as to where this is. I think it's 21'6" from grade. And it's really about as small as we can make it to get a vehicle in there for a legal spot and fit within the setbacks. So we're kind of like, that's really what's kind of defining the size of it. And I think that's about it. Look forward to your comments. Thank you.
Holly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So yes, for the record, the main house on the lot is a circa 1847 Greek Revival built for Peter Macy. The site plan shown should clarify the changes to the existing site. It was not clear. For instance, the driveway apron, material, fence, obviously all that's going to have to change. At 21 foot tall, it could come down with less area between the window and the doors. The gable round window seems a little too contemporary to fit in with the historic Greek Revival, maybe adding some rounded windows, those crescent windows, or something else that mimics the Greek Revival, but also still stands out that we know it's an infill. Yeah, that's exactly what I was saying. Greek Revival detail, or maybe even down to a simple 4 light in that gable end. All doors should be 12 light with a kick panel. Appreciate the larger trim details in line with the Greek Revival. Dwelling should be cohesive throughout. Appreciate the meeting rails being met, but I would recommend bringing in the dormer to the windows and drop off the ridge per building with Nantucket in mind standards. And those are my comments, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Lucy.
Okay, our comments are the round window should be replaced with a 6/6. The detailing is a little strong. It could be toned down. The east dormer should be a little narrower to reduce the amount of exposed shingles, and it should be dropped off the ridge. The plans should indicate how the existing fence will be modified. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucy. Board members. Anybody ready?
I'll go.
Thank you.
I think I agree with the changing of the circular window to something else. I am a little more concerned about the first level of this building is going to be shingled and then painted white. And I haven't seen that anywhere. I'm not sure that's appropriate. And then I do have some concern about the way the stair sticks out past the building, if there's some way to mitigate that with some kind of screening or, that's my comments for now.
Yeah, no, good catch on the painted white business. Didn't see that.
I'll go too.
Okay, go ahead, Diane.
Okay, the garage doors have got to be more aged than what they look like. They look like brand new modern doors. The lower ones on the west are got windows in them, which are not. I don't know how the doors open with a window right there, but if they open like a door, they should have hinges and the rest of it. The other windows, the other doors should be what, I don't know what they are. I can't read what they are. Stone wall, red cedar, painted white. I don't know what the color of the house is. I think painted white. I think they should be left natural if they're red cedar. On the east elevation, that dormer definitely needs to come in, or the window separated a little bit so they fill out the cheeks on the side. The stairs coming down on the north elevation, it's not particularly found a lot of that type of thing up where this is. So I would on Pleasant Street. I would, if you're going to have it, I'd put a platform in and finish it up going the other way and keep it under the whole sides of the garage. So it didn't hang out like that. I can't, I do see it, but I can't read it. What does it say? 20, how tall is it?
21 feet.
Okay, well, that comes in under where it is, and the round window should be either 6'3" or a 4 panel. You've got enough room up there. It's quite light. And the dormers all should come off the ridge of the roof by at least 2 or 3, 4 inches down. They are showing to go right up to the ridge. So I think that's just a quick review. Okay.
Thank you, Diane. Connie,
I don't really have much to add. My concern, of course, is that round window and the white shingles that are going to be painted.
right? I agree with you there. Carrie?
I think the trim work and the detailing is really heavy handed too. This is a simple little garage building. And while the front and side of this house facing Pleasant Street is very detailed, the rear is not, except for those big fat white columns and pergola off that second floor deck, which I find to be distracting and not really in keeping so much. And so all this heavy detailing, I just think it's a bit much. I agree with everybody else on the window and the dormers. I think the painted shingles shouldn't happen. And I think the doors should be simplified and not the, whatever that called chevron pattern. I just think the detailing is a bit heavy handed here.
Okay, well, geez, did you write all of that down? Got it. Okay, notebook. Because I thought it was kind of cute. I thought it kind of went with the house and I thought you did a good job, but it sounds like you got to comment down a little bit.
A little bit.
So what's the motion here? Any questions for the board before?
No, just to clarify, and Will, I think on the next round, and we submitted this a while ago, we're going to repackage this so it's much easier to see on a screen, because I think that's also sort of missing both the context of how this sort of fits in with the fence on the site and sort of the ability to kind of view both sort of sheets at the sort of same time. So we'll repackage it, which I think will help the board understand what may or may not be visible. And then also to clarify, it's a board siding, the red cedar board. It's not a shingle. So it's really just a painted sort of wood trim. That's the base. But again, I appreciate the comments and we can make those adjustments.
Right. Okay. So did I hear that motion from somebody?
Hold for revisions?
Yeah.
I'll make a motion to hold for revisions.
Okay. Thank you,
Ethan,
Val.
it looks like it's getting much narrower, the driveway.
That's correct. It is
Okay.
getting narrower. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
It's kind of, it's 2 spots now. Technically, they only need 1, and
Yeah.
they're just going to use the garage essentially. So they want a larger yard.
Gotcha.
Okay. So on Val's motion, Connie,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
Diane. Val, on your motion?
Aye.
Aye, I'm an aye.
Thank you, Diane, and I'm an aye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ethan. You're next.
Yes, I am.
Yes.
Okay, let me get it, pull it up.
You're on Stone Post Alley.
Oh, good old Stone Post.
Good evening.
Stone
Good
Alley.
evening. Let's see.
I had a hard time understanding this.
Oh, okay.
Large parking. Okay. Do we have,
I am here, but I don't have a 5 members board.
Well, we've got,
Diane's here.
Okay. So should I wait for her?
she's on the.
Oh, never mind. Sorry, Diane. Of course. Hey, Diane. Sorry for that.
Uh-oh.
I'm sorry. Thank you. So good evening. So you more likely are very familiar with this project. So I came back in front of you for the hardscape part. We would like to little enlarge the parking in the front. As you can see on the page, on the top of the page, there is an image of existing parking, which, just there's an extra few feet of lawn. It's really hard to take a turn. So we kind of thought to like widen it so it's easier to approach in and out to the parking. Other than that, the front of the house, the rest will not change, or this the stone alley profile of the approved house. In the back, which would not be as visible, I would assume, we would like to propose the brick patio. Esmeralda, if you don't mind to show the plan, brick patio in the back, and then carry a little small retaining wall and work with the grade. The maximum would be around 30 inches and kind of roll it with the grade in a little U shape to go to the lower level. You better can see the wall on the third page, the last page, where I'm showing the cross section. Thank you. How and even the one, yeah, perfect. So you can see how it's practically work with the short retaining, a grading and short retaining to access the lower level through the grades. The wall material would be the similar or the matching what we have existing along the property line, the big New England boulders. And for the pavers, risers would be like a natural big field stones coming down. Then other than that, if we would like to just bring the little gate, I apologize if I have not included the gate, but this would be typical type 2 natural to weather at the lower access from the alleyway, stone alley. And I think that would be it. For the planting, again, the page 2 has the detailed grading. If you have any question, I try to illustrate it as good as possible, how we just try to really work with the existing grade. And then for the planting, we would like to just use some hedge, recreate the hedge along the property line, kind of delineate the property, but really just work with some American holly, some viburnum, inkberry, some hydrangeas, a little bit of vines, creeping vines, ivies, and that's about it. Just really keep it very quiet and natural for town.
For clarification, are you proposing a driveway off Stone Alley?
Oh, there is already existing parking. If you can see the front, there's already existing cobble parking. So we are not, I'm just was hopeful to maybe extend, as well, if you don't mind to zoom into the picture of the parking, which is the middle one. Exactly that one. So the parking is already there. I just wanted to kind of bring it a little bit wider, as you can see.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
Okay, thank
just
you.
to make the in and out a little bit easier.
Thank you. Holly.
Um,
All right.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So for the record, the Eliza Codd House circa 1885 to 1871 in our old historic district. So one, I think that a lot of the existing material that's here on site I'm happy to see it being retained. Don't think it's necessary to increase the width of that existing driveway material. The brick patio in the rear, although probably not visible from the public way, it's a lot and very hard edges. I think it should be softer and be more appropriate with the round edges associated with the site. And I also, due to the topography of this location, as well as what was requested for the main home, it would be helpful for a cross section from Stone Alley, like that was provided on the south, to understand how the alley will be addressed with the proposed hardscaping. And then overall regarding the proposed increasing of the existing driveway, it would be beneficial to have dimensions and make sure that it meets the zoning bylaw. So those are my comments, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. What about Lucy? Sorry.
Well, they're just a member of the public. If you recall.
And she'll remind us.
No concerns.
Oh, thank you. All right, so,
Do we get to talk?
yes.
We have
yes,
nothing to do with them. Needless to say, we object to the way this is coming in. We did file an appeal of the board's approval of the house to the Board of Selectmen. I believe Arthur's here handling the appeal. He's also up there, so I know he wants to speak. He's on mute at the moment. Ginger is also here, and we don't get it. I can't tell if there's a grade change. This came up through the entire 4 years. We heard this about grade changes going down the hill towards Union Street, up behind the house that's on Union Street. I couldn't tell, frankly, if there's grade changing, not changing. We were told it wasn't changing. We were told there's no retaining walls. Now I have a pathway on something I saw earlier that was emailed to me. There looks like there's stepping stones on the east side down the hill from the house. It's hard to see from here. And how is that happening if you're not changing the grade? You're going to walk down the hill sideways? So we're not exactly sure how they're embedding that into the hill where the grade change is. We don't understand that round retaining wall on the south side. Why is that necessary? Why isn't it just sort of fading into the grade? Why do we have a round retaining wall, which is not typical? And it will be fully visible from Union Street. This whole thing will be fully visible from Union Street. But I think a real issue is that this is under appeal. And I'm not sure that depending on what happens at the selectmen, that this won't continue to be under appeal. And should this not be decided in favor of the decision the HCC made, this may drastically change. So I still think this is way premature to even consider this, because it did come up some time ago last year, probably a year ago, when they did come in with a landscape plan, and the HCC felt that it wasn't appropriate at that time because we were still arguing about this mess. And I'm still arguing about this mess. And it's this is gonna be the one that is gonna take me to my grave. This one, I'll be forever upset about this one. But I think it's still, again, premature because we do have an appeal. But I'm going to turn it over to Ginger, and then we're going to turn it over to Arthur, who's up there.
Madam Chair, Arthur's.
All right, Arthur's going to speak for Ginger. He's already unmuted up there.
Yeah, I'm ready. Thank you very much. Obviously, I agree with what Linda has said. Hi, I agree with what Linda has said, and also Holly's comments on this. I think it's obvious there's a substantial amount of grading change that's taking place in the at the rear of the structure, the southeast portion at the near the top of the slope before it drops down to Union Street. And as Linda said, everything on this site is basically highly visible from Union Street. I think that the retaining wall in that location, I don't understand it. I think it is going to be visible and is not appropriate. I don't know whether anything about the patio will be or not, but once again, as indicated, it's to the extent that it can be seen, it's very much inconsistent with the general appearance of everything else that is up there. We don't understand why the parking area needs to be extended. Again, it hasn't been mentioned on this, and I agree with the comment that Holly made that there should be a cross section of the property to see how all of this actually fits together before any decision is made on it. And once again, obviously, a lot of this will depend upon what happens in the appeal process. I won't get into that at this point for obvious reasons, but I think that I think this application is basically premature in terms of trying to finalize the hardscaping on the site when the appeal will be heard in just a few weeks. Thank you.
Arthur, when is the appeal?
Few weeks.
March
It's
8th.
on for hearing on March 8th.
Okay. Ginger, did you want to?
Just quickly, I wanted to add, they're finally encountering the difficulties that they created by abandoning the original parking lot, which is where the addition is now. And one of them is that the grade of the lot and the grade of Stone Alley are not the same. They overlap at one point, and where the parking area, the cobble parking area that they're now not able to use, it's just too tight a turn because of the steepness of it's higher than Stone Alley. And to make it work, they had to fill in part of Stone Alley already and then cobble up to it. So my major concern with that is the runoff issue, because it's created this trough on the north side of Stone Alley that sends the water all the way down the steps. And the lower part of the alley is coming unzipped. So otherwise, that's the only new information I have to add to what Linda and Arthur said.
Thank you, Ginger. So if something's under appeal, should we still comment on this, or should we comment on it and then just have our comments done? Or what's the legal thing here?
I don't know, but I think it's fine to review it. I mean, none of this is gonna happen unless the other property gets approved. I mean, the building gets approved, right? I
Well,
mean,
the building is approved.
Well, I mean,
In the appeal.
I mean, at the appeal point,
Oh, you mean if they, okay.
if they win their appeal.
What's your opinion, Holly?
You all could give comments that are
Mhm.
substantive to the site plan itself that's before you tonight. So America can understand the direction that you all are wanting to see. But then I would recommend to,
Be ready to-
continue until maybe after the appeal has gone through.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, maybe hold until after the appeal.
Okay, thank you. So we're going to hear from the board and, sorry it's being appealed, but
I absolutely
that's-
understand. Can I just have one quick comment? I just want
Yes.
to kind of correct Linda. I have not been in front of with the hardscape since the first round of the alteration with Chris Scale. So it was like a 5 or so 4 years. So I just want to correct, this is the new application after Matt took over. Just want to
Yeah.
correct that.
Gotcha. Thank you for that. Okay, board members.
I'll go.
Okay,
Okay.
Diane, give it, sorry. Go ahead, Diane.
I don't see why we have to have so many retaining walls. This was supposed to fit into a natural environment without all this stuff squaring it off. Everything, those, whatever they are, on the other side of the other side of the parking area. It does not look like Stone Alley. This is a major building. At least it was, of Stone Alley. I think, I'm sorry, but I think the proposed planting that you have going down the hill, which is going into an open type area field, is totally too tight. It's supposed to fit into the existing land. All the stuff that you have mentioned is too much to be done. It should be natural planting, natural boxwood and the rest of the stuff. It should have sweet autumn, summer sweet, milkweed, whatever goes into an open field on Nantucket, not a proposed neat little technical square area with technical square plants in it. And the proposed walls should be removed and the land should compensate for the rise or the lower part and made without the walls. The water flow should be contained in some way by using plants if you can. And other than that, will have to be done by somebody else. But you've taken a piece of land on Union Street and Orange Street that was free and an old barn, and turned it into a California style house with California style planting. And I think it is a disservice to Stone Alley and the people that live there. This is an old house of somebody we're quite proud of her history, and it should be respected as such, and taken that in mind when stuff goes on with it. So that's it.
Thank you, Diane. Val, are you ready? Oh, I'm sorry. You're not ready because Jesse
I'll
wanted to
go.
go. Well,
Or is Jesse ready?
Either way, it's fine. You can go.
I don't think the driveway should be widened to the very edge of the property. I think if you have to widen the apron to get into the narrower spot, just minimize it. I think the retaining walls really are not great. One of them is 4 feet tall, and that's the one at the bottom. From Union or from anywhere coming up the alley, if you see it, you're gonna see a 4-foot stone wall and then a little garden and then another 2-foot stone wall, which is going to really feel like way too much hard scape. I think the natural roll of the hill, you could easily work it to go with just some stepping stones down a very natural lawn and simple planting. I think part of this is to get the outdoor shower to work and the patio to work. And I just think it's disrespectful to everything that's gone on so far to do this much to it.
Thank you. Carrie. Jesse.
Thank you. So I'll start off on a positive note. I like the hardscape material choices, the really natural steps and the natural stones and the cobbles. Those I think are in keeping with the historical nature of the property. And a lot of people have asked, why are we changing the grade so much? I think part of the reason why is that large brick patio in the back. To keep that level, you need to retain the walls. Providing that you can see this from Union Street, I think the walls are a concern with the large face of those. So I think maybe you need to address that area a little bit and reduce the walls face and maybe reduce the patio size so that there's not so much wall face being shown. As for the driveway entrance, I'm a couple of feet of making it wider. Doesn't bother me, providing that there is no drainage issues. Now, I just want to, on the apron part of the parking area, there looks like there's some little walls like winging off to the left and to the right.
That's just a trim, as you can see on the existing parking. There's little like a Belgian block or whatever, little bit of trim. So we will just kind of push that. So it just came a little stronger in the printouts, but it's
So there's
all at
not
grade.
much of an elevation change
No,
or anything.
no.
Holly's comment on showing the front of the house elevations with regarding the grades, I think would be very helpful. And the brick walk, you call it existing, so that's not being changed or moved.
That's correct.
Okay, I'm not crazy about the angles. To Holly's point, it might be nice if there was a little softer and more curvy. Yeah, I mean, and then I would think it would make sense to hold this until after the appeal period.
Okay. Carrie or Connie, did,
Already went. Carrie
you
went.
already went? Okay, so I would, the walkway to the front door is existing? or
Yes,
is-
that's correct.
That's, because I would reduce that and not, and use that for the driveway rather than take that sort of beauty strip away from Orange Street. I actually find this sort of exciting, the stepping stones going down the grade. I think, this is what you have, and maybe intertwine it with more berming, so there's not so much stone. And I guess Jesse had said maybe reduce that brick patio so that it's not so hardscaped, and maybe you lose some of the retaining wall. I don't know if that's possible, but I'm a little more optimistic on this too, but perhaps there are too many stones going towards Stone Alley, but there's not a lot going on Stone Alley. So you really have made it, all the things you're doing are mostly on the south side. And it would be interesting to see, because I know that some trees were put up pretty fast. And I don't know how much they disguise all of what you're proposing. So looking up from Union Street, it wouldn't be great to see all this retaining wall. Like if it's over 4 feet, that would be awful. But you have staggered it. So you go up and then there's retaining and then you have vegetation and you've staggered it again. So, but you've heard everybody's comments and they're pretty much the same.
Wow, I guess, wow.
I agree with things that have been said. I personally would rather wait to comment. I want to go back and review the building as we approved it. Yeah. And see what happens at the,
March 8th.
yeah.
Okay, so should we just hold this?
May I just have a just clarification?
Sure.
It will be helpful beside all the comments to take into consideration and hold it till the appeal goes through or the process. Just next time when I come to just have a full on approved house application, just so you guys see how the grades, because I really try to keep the same grades profile as Matt had illustrated with the house. So I think this will
That's
be
what I
helpful.
was
Yeah,
too. So
perfect. So I will
wanted to-
make sure I will have
Yeah.
that with me. No
Okay,
problem.
thanks, Mirka. So did somebody make a motion to hold?
Motion to hold for revisions and hold until, what's the?
March 8th.
March 8th.
Thank you.
Tuesday after March 8th. Okay.
Okay, well, after the appeal.
And would it be, just to understand, so I don't need to file for the old business, but try to be at the meeting, so it's convenient for all the neighbors and parties to just file for that March 13 meeting and be able to be heard at that meeting? Would that work?
That's.
Oh.
Madam Chair, through you.
No,
Yes, please do file old business and
Okay.
submit minutes like you normally would.
Okay,
do.
perfect.
Thank you.
But it would be held till not sooner than 14. Got it. Thank
Okay,
you.
thanks, Mirka. Okay. Moving right along. 35 Low Beach Road.
Madam Chair,
Yeah.
it's Rob
Hi,
Benchley.
Rob.
This didn't show up in my agenda, but I just have a quick comment when it's my time.
Okay, great. Gotcha.
Okay.
Ethan.
Hi,
Yeah,
Ethan Griffin, on behalf of the applicant. So this is fairly straightforward. There's an existing single-story bump out on the, I guess that would be the northeast corner of the house. It's about 3 feet. And what we're essentially doing is extruding that whole northeast gable end to align with that. and basically create a more symmetrical arrangement for the house. You can see that's sort of that little red area. That's essentially on that little axon what we're extruding. You can see on the existing elevations, which are along the center there, on that that side, that right-hand side, there's only a single window and a dormer, and it's sort of a narrower bay. We're essentially just bumping it out to 3 feet to cover that that little ward.
That's it?
That's it.
And it matches the same side, the other side.
Correct. Yeah, it really actually just made. It's one of those things. I wonder why they didn't do that in the first place. But yeah.
They could have saved us
Who
so
knows?
much trouble.
I have no concern.
Madam Chair.
Holly?
Thank you. So I can't comment on the date, but because it wasn't on the application. But looking at the NHL data and the tax assessors, looks like 2004.
Yeah, this house, if there was anything sort of older about it, it was significantly reconstructed and renovated. Yeah, in the mid 2000s.
The reason why I question that is there are 2 HTC surveys on file with Macris. One of them is substantially older than the other. One of them is from 1975, which is in the same location as this structure. And then the other one is from 1940. So again, just some clarification on the age would be most appreciated, even if, and should the commissions be so inclined to approve, I would ask for that through staff or to clarify that. But from staff's perspective, the addition on the south makes this dwelling more symmetrical, which obviously that's the elevation that faces Low Beach. I agree. I wonder why they didn't do it before. My only real concern is about the bay on the east. It is unique, but I think it fits in with the context of the vernacular in the area, even down Low Beach and Sconset. So those are my comments, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Rob?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to echo what Holly said, and I don't know, this is a tremendous modification to the house, especially when you consider why they're doing it. A terrific second floor kitchen. Anyway, and I think that window is very approvable, and I think it makes the house look great. So thank you.
Thank you, Rob. Board members?
I'm good.
Thank you, Jesse.
No concerns.
Connie?
No concerns.
Of no concern.
How about Diane?
Diane?
Yeah, yes, sorry. I think filling that in is good. The only thing I can't find, it's probably dumb. On the existing east, where is the bay window, or is that on the east proposed? Somebody mentioned something about a bay window, I thought. And I wondered whether is that 3 window thing right there, what they're considering as bay window?
Yes, Diane.
Otherwise, I don't see one.
Yeah, that's it.
It is, okay. Yeah,
It's a shallow bay.
well, it's interesting. Yeah, it's interesting in the overhang down below. Does this face west, the front door face west? They have it facing south, okay. I don't have a site plan, so it's hard to see where it is. But I don't have any major problem. I think it looks like the other houses that are down in that area. So at the moment, I guess I could go along with it. That's
Thank
That's
you,
all.
Diane. You have no concerns. Connie has no concern. Val?
I agree with Holly.
Okay, so do I hear a motion then?
Motion to approve is submitted.
Okay, on Val's motion, Diane,
Aye.
Jesse,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Returning a page.
Old business.
No.
What are we gonna do with all that time?
February, are you kidding? Wow.
January 31st.
That's amazing. That's amazing.
We are down to Camp, Oliver, Thornwell, and Dutra. That's 4. We can go with 4. You all right with that? Okay,
That's the one we just did.
Oh, okay.
because there are no alternates, and Steve was the 5th one. So we'll go with Abby, Val, Carrie, and Jesse.
Okay, I don't see, is it on the packet?
115 also.
Oh, okay, it's further down, got it.
Don't ask me how to use those things.
So are we doing the old building first or?
Yeah, with the other building was held till you approve this one because they're mirror images of each other. And he changed, if you got to go to the elevations, that'd be easier. You didn't want the continuous roof line, so he dropped one of them, which is more towards the residential side. There are 2 apartments in each building. They're the last 2. Stay right there for a second, please. Up on the site. You've already approved that sizable building up on Old South Road itself, which blocks everything behind it. Then there's 3 lots, and then you get to the last 2 lots, which are lots 5 and 6. Those are where the larger warehouses are, with the 2 apartments on top of each one of them for employees. The landscaping plan is going to be gone over and approved by the planning board as part of their major commercial development, which encompasses these lots. So there's going to be a substantial amount of, and that's what he does for a living, it's going to be a substantial amount of year-round vegetation required. So those 2 buildings at the very back reduced in height, as well as they broke up the massing. So if you want to go to the elevations, we can talk about what he did do. And they're not metal anymore. They are shingled with, get this, 3-tab black roof shingles, not architectural.
Wow.
Yeah, I know. Surprise.
school.
How about that? Old school. And they broke up the ridge and dropped that 1/2 and then dropped the size of the doors as well.
Do we have the original submission?
I think she's out of batteries.
Okay, Holly, you don't have anything on this, right?
No, these are out at 115, right in the, oh, by the way, it's commercial on both sides of the little street going in there. It's commercial to the west or east. And there is a warrant article to go commercial to the west. So it is in the middle of commercial zone. There are very few of these lots left that local guys can actually purchase for their businesses. But keep in mind that there are going to be 3 more lots developed in between the one on the street and these 2 in the back. So they're going to virtually disappear back there. That's the building right, oh, back up for one, back up one. No, that one, that building right there is the one that you approved on Old South Road.
That's significant.
So it's going to block a lot, plus the foliage that were required to soften the entrance down the little road. We're required to block the parking and some of the other things by substantial landscaping. So obviously we'll be back for a hardscape, but that's the planning board is going to require all of that as part of that MCD commercial permit. So we just like to get in and get out so we can get going, but they are now shingled and not metal, which was, I think, one of the biggest objections before, as well as the continuous ridge. So we dropped the ridge and dropped the eave.
It's just, we don't have the one prior to.
It was one long building and it was metal.
And you
But
dropped,
it's just not on here for us to look at, so we can see what changed.
And Ethan's enjoying the sunshine in Florida.
Well,
There it is.
Right.
Yeah.
The east elevation on one of them has dropped. because now you have staggered ridges, right?
Yep.
So the east is Macy Lane. I'm concerned about Macy Lane. more
You know what's in
than Old
between
South,
us and
because
Macy
there is that
Lane?
good-
All commercial.
Right, between these properties, it's all open right now. So
Not-
Who knows what's going there?
It's not open because the properties of Glowacki's, they were required to put screening in from grade level, and they were required to put in those trees,
they're
and they
like
were
5 or
required to put
6
in
foot
that green
inland right
fence.
now,
And you
right.
cannot see the buildings because of that, because they're another 100 and some odd feet beyond it.
So I'm just asking the question, which one has the lower ridge on the east? The back, the one, if you're on Macy, the one to the left or the one to the right?
If you're looking at those
Next to
right
the
now,
Neighborhood.
if you're looking, this is commercial, but if you're looking at those right now, isn't the one on the bottom, the backside of the one that's facing?
Yes.
They're just flipped. So the bottom one is what is the backside of the one we haven't seen because they're mirror images. So that's, the bottom one is what, the lower part is going towards the road end,
Okay,
and then the back one is that way.
okay. I think that's important because of all the little one-story houses that are along that road behind these.
You're talking about Nobody Your Way?
Yeah, I think,
There's also a 10-foot road in between us and them that can't be
right, but I
disturbed.
just think that the transition from those one-story houses to these massive warehouses, that the low ends should be on the Macy Street side.
Well,
Just
the-
so.
Yeah,
no,
it is,
no
it
more.
is
Yeah,
that way
Linda,
up there.
I know, stop.
Linda, thank you. We're gonna hear from the board now.
We
Carrie,
can flip them.
keep
Just
going.
so if you get the perspective, you have the lower ends of each building
Okay.
progressing that way. It might not be seen very much, but if it is, that's my preference.
So
I
on
think-
both buildings, you want the low end towards Macy?
I do.
Okay.
And I think that you guys did do some revisions to drop to the plate, to the window headers on the long end. So I appreciate that. I saw that somewhere at some point. So that's all.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Carrie. Val, are you ready?
I agree with Carrie. So that means this would
Flip.
would reverse. So
They
the
would both
west
have
would
that.
be,
They would both have the low. ridge.
Yeah, okay. That's fine. That works out better for him anyway.
Good.
Okay, so Jesse, are you on this one? Or it's
Yeah,
Connie?
it's Jesse.
No, it's-
Oh, right, this is all business. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I have no concerns. I'm okay with the swap or not, either way.
Diane?
Diane, Diane is not on it.
Diane's on it. Oh, God, I
It's-
was afraid of that.
It's
all
you
right.
and Val and Carrie and Jesse.
Okay, so the lower side is going to go off
East.
Macy Lane.
Yeah.
Um.
Yeah.
Gosh, I wish there was something, the other one was so successful. Is there any way we could add something to this to make?
The
it a
other
little-
one was metal and 100 feet long.
no, she means the
No,
building.
no, the one
building
that
at the
had,
front.
you know.
Oh,
like-
the front one is, it's a different use in that building entirely. It's an office as well as a couple of apartments. So there's no way that's going to work because he's got equipment, landscaping equipment and loaders and bobcats and stuff. And thus the taller doors, and the other ones are going to be more residential use.
And this one is sandwiched in between, there's another one coming next to it that will be D, is that?
It's the one, the backside of it is the one on the bottom. So we're going to just flip the lower part to the left. So it's just going to look like that, but flipped. So both ends are going to face Macy because their doors face each other. So what you're going to see first is the backside, which is the bottom one. And then you're going to see the front side, which you're not going to see because that's the very last lot out.
And then there's.
4 lots in front of it.
All right, so what's the feeling of the board here?
Andy, stop it.
Yeah, right.
Is that a dog she's talking to?
You can do dormers on buildings like this, just so you know. But that's not what's before us.
I mean, I'm okay with it. It's really tucked back. It's in a commercial area. I think I think it's approvable.
Well, there's one coming right after this, right?
It's exactly the same.
Exactly the same, except that you see the backside of
So
it.
if we're going to do something to it, we have to do something now, because we're setting a precedence, right?
No.
Yeah.
Well, they're facing, the doors are facing each other, which is why that that drawing up there on the screen is really what you need to look at, because the bottom one is facing Old South Road, except that we're flipping the two ends.
Well, to Carrie's point, is there any way we could put something in the, what is it, an attic? Could we do some, two dormers, something to make it look more residential?
No, it's not going to look residential. These are industrial buildings in an industrial zone.
But with residential on top, which you. can
Yes,
play
which is
with.
why we need the space. So if we start cutting them up, we're going to
Those
have
are
a problem.
huge- Those are huge residences.
Yeah, I'm just afraid of what this is gonna look like.
It's not going to look, some of the other stuff out there, we're right next to the airport, guys. Let's be real. We got metal buildings that are over 30 feet tall.
Okay, Linda.
I
Okay.
know, like.
And right next to the
reel her
Nantucket
and
Inn,
out, Abby.
gas
I don't know.
stations.
I mean, if you could go scroll back to the
Previous.
topo map, the locus map.
No, the site plan just went, there it is.
No, further down. I just want it's
Do you want the aerial one,
aerial, yeah, the locus.
which is the GIS map?
No, the site plan.
No, I didn't want
Not
that.
No, he wants the locus with the neighborhood.
Which,
Want second page?
Yeah.
yeah, it's like the second.
It's the second
first
page.
page. So keep going down.
It should be right after the application or that minutes.
S on it.
There you go. Right. next one.
One more.
There you go.
There you go.
Yeah, look.
Right. So, I mean, I think this is, we're in an industrial area, and then we have this lot, and this lot, not to mention to the lots to the left and right, all surrounding that lot. I mean, it's really tucked in
The
there.
one on Macy is pretty well cleared. There are some Leyland cypress up
Yeah,
there
no,
right now.
I'm familiar with it.
No, it's encircled by them because they required it under his MCD, under the Galacki's MCD, to have it completely circled by cedars, which it is now completely, as well as the green tennis type of fencing. They're required to put that up. And then they've inside the lot, even where the entrance is, they've got another one going this way. Bless you. So you can't see these buildings because you're 100 some odd feet away with plantings that they were required to put
Yeah,
down
buildings and
and
stuff.
he's required to put down now.
What's your pleasure? Well,
I
what
mean,
do you think?
I would approve.
Okay.
I'm gonna make a motion.
Okay, all right, here we go.
Motion to approve with swapping the
Short end.
short ends.
Short ends are facing Macy's.
So the short ends are facing Macy's.
It's not Macy's, so let's be clear about that. It's called Airport Road. Once it goes right, it's Airport Road.
Okay,
Facing east.
East is good.
Oh,
East,
facing
okay.
east, yes.
The
So
short one.
when the next guy comes on that side of the road, he's gonna want this same style of building and.
He owns them. And he's not doing another one of those.
Hmm?
He owns them all. He's not doing that.
On the Macy Road side,
Yeah.
you own that? I
He owns the
thought
whole side.
He does.
No, not Glowacki's side, but his side. The 4 lots in between
I
the
get
one
it.
and
I'm
theirs, he
talking
got.
about- I'm talking about the
Okay,
buffer
okay.
zone.
There's
Okay.
no building right now.
Oh,
Motion
yeah.
on the floor.
All right, yeah, all right, so on Jesse's motion, swapping the massing
Yeah.
so that the short side is on Macy's
East.
Road.
It's Airport Road.
Aye.
Airport Road.
East, facing
East, good one.
Good call on that. Jesse,
Aye.
Diane,
She's not on it.
I'm on it. I
Sorry.
begrudgingly.
yeah, I'm a begrudger too, but I'm an I as well.
All right, and that's for both of them, Madam Chair.
With the, oh, yeah, please take more. Yes, but with the caveat of the.
That's
lower
flipping the
maximum.
building, yeah. Okay, thank you. So that's for the first one and the second one. Got it.
And there's a landscaping plan coming?
It's going to have to come back to you, but it's going to be really intense because it's coming out of the planning board MCD. So we'll bring that back to you.
They don't require squat.
Oh, yes, they do.
They have 5 feet of space.
Ooh,
to
it's
plant
dark there.
everything on, so.
On MCDs, they're a little bit more
Really?
intense.
5 feet.
He's a landscaper.
The window boxes on the second floor?
Oh, can we change our motion?
No laundry hanging out of them.
So
Madam Chair, you should probably make a formal motion for that second one, just to
Okay,
read.
all
With
right.
its- with
Well,
its
what's
swap.
the address on that? Is the same
Yep.
address?
At the moment.
building F.
Building F,
F.
okay. Everybody in favor of, no, I guess I have to do roll call. Oh,
No roll call. You're all sitting in the room.
that's right, Diane's not here. Okay,
Short side facing east.
yeah.
Yep.
Building F facing east, same design. All in favor of Jesse's motion? Gary? No.
Hi.
I,
Okay.
And for the record, those are both through staff.
yeah, that's correct.
Yes. Well, one doesn't have any changes. The other one does. Okay. Thank you very much. Happy Valentine's Day, everybody.
It's almost over.
You got the.
There's some up there.
21 Golf View.
Madam Chair, Stephen Rothke is in the queue.
Okay.
Just wanted to mention that for Stephen's sake, the commissioners are Paul Welch, Camp, Coombs, Oliver, alternates Thornwell, Dutra, and Patton. So without Ray and Stephen, he actually has a full board if, because all three alternates are on, so you can pick who.
This is 21 Golf View. I couldn't hear you.
Yes. 21.
Sorry. There's a lot of squawking going on over here.
Oh.
This is Steve Rothke. I am present and I understand that there would be a change on the board from my initial review and I'm comfortable with that.
Oh, great. Thank you, Stephen.
What's this?
Very welcome.
21 Golf View.
He's uncomfortable or he's, okay,
No, I'm fine with that, Valerie.
okay.
Oh, gosh, I remember this 3-story thing. All right. What did you do?
Great. Yeah. So if I maybe just suggest that if we scroll down to the full size sheets, it does give you the side-by-side comparison that I know you all like. So we can evaluate what changed since your last time that you saw this. But basically, going through the minutes from the last meeting, there was some concerns about the depth of the second floor decks. We did reduce every deck around the project. That's great. Just if you can just, yeah, zoom out a little more. Perfect. So I clouded for you all the changes that we made to the decks. So those were pulled back in. We reduced each one by 2 feet. We did reduce the amount of second floor railings. That was a comment from Abby. We did that by creating some shingled rail. You can see in this south elevation that we did shingled corners. And those do return back on what would be the east and west sides as well. So we reduced that amount of railing by half. I did also, there was one edit on the south elevation. I realized I did not cloud, and it's the, Diane had made a comment about the mulled pair of windows on the right-hand side of the south elevation. We did separate those 2 windows per Diane's suggestion. That worked out just fine. I did reduce the size of that clear story dormer that sets into the roof. We clarified last time that this is not a 3rd story on the building. That is all cathedral above the dining and kitchen space. It is an upside down house, but I did reduce that dormer size. And then probably the last thing to just mention is the widespread changing from 6/1s to 2/1s. That was a suggestion that was made by Steve Welch at the time, and a number of the commissioners thought that that might be a good idea. I looked at it. I'm happy with it. We also had no muntins on any second floor doors. And we've now added muntins to every door so that they're uniform. And in this particular case, they turn out to be 6 light doors to be more consistent with the 2/1 window.
Thank you, Stephen. No, nothing from Holly. Board members.
Who is the board?
Everybody here, right?
Yeah, because Stephen and Ray are gone. So it's all of us chickens.
And Diane.
Diane's not on it,
Yes.
No, I'm on it.
so one of us is not on it.
Oh, okay.
Right.
So
It's a choice between
Connie, why don't you
Carrie,
be on this one?
Jesse, and
Give
Connie.
Carrie a break. She had to go through all that slugging. So, okay. Anybody ready? I can
I-
go.
Go ahead, yeah.
Okay, go. Diane, you can go.
No, that's all right. Whoever said they could go is fine.
That was me.
You can't go.
I know.
All right, I'll go. I noticed it the first time. I don't know how you all feel, but the front door seems very la-di-da for a house on Golf View looking out on the golf thing, which is, it's a 6 panel with 3 lights and a floor, and I don't know whether that top panel of the door is glass or not. My thing is too small to really detect it. But I think it could have slightly simpler things. It's a nice door, just put framing perhaps around it other than the 3 windows, which is usually for a little more formal house. I appreciate separating the window. Thank you. I think it looks good. I think you have made the balcony deck, whatever you want to call it, on the second floor, the 4 doors, and the shingling of the corners make it look much smaller. The only thing on that thing I might suggest is to have the 2 doors open in the center and 2 side windows. It just seems a lot heavy. I know you're probably looking out on the golf links, but that's excuse me. The deck, you reduced the size of the deck already, so that's good. And other than that, on the east elevation, what did you do on the left-hand side? Over on the left-hand side, that
We pulled that whole porch line back on the 2 feet. All of that reduced by
Okay.
2 feet. Yep.
okay, that's super. All right, that's the only remarks I got to make.
Hey, thanks, Diane.
I
Anybody?
have a question.
Okay.
I'm noticing, looking at the locus, that there are no houses canted like this. Does that, is there a reason for that, Steve?
Val, this house was oriented basically to take advantage of a view corridor out towards the window and also a view corridor out across the fields over smooth hummocks. It sort of set the house up for the best daylighting. I mentioned in the last review, and you might want to take a quick peek at the site plan, but I am going to be coming back to you with like a garage studio that sits up front on the road. And I do understand the intent of I understand what you're saying. And I think that garage will help sort of complete the streetscape. And that one is proposed, the envelope I've set aside for that is proposed to sit square to the road. So that's going to be very much in the foreground of what we see with this building. There are some other homes along Golfview that aren't square, but you're correct that the ones that immediately flank us are set square to the road.
I think the building itself is okay. That's a little bit of a concern, because I think you're gonna see that. Yeah, well, that's probably the reason. I think somebody mentioned about the front door. Can you do something that's a little more akin to 2/1? Like maybe
Yeah,
a door
I'm
panel?
sure, I'd love to do that, actually. The side door that we have, which shows up in the east elevation, is a 4 light over 1 panel. I'm happy to change that front door however you like. I think it's minimally visible at best because that center section does step back 2 feet in the plan, and that's below this sort of wraparound front porch. So, but I'm happy to do whatever you'd like to that front door.
I think maybe just make it a 4 light. Not the 4 light like the side door, that's too informal, like a 4 panel.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So
And
just
then
a
the
four.
side lights
Yep.
match, how we like those with the rail across all tying in.
Yep. So a 4 panel solid door. Is that what you mean, Val?
Yeah.
Yep. Roger that. That's fine.
Thank you, Val. Carrie. Connie.
I appreciate the changes. I would like to see a different front door. Again, it's a little bit odd on the property, but I guess it's to make it fit. I don't really have much else.
Okay, that's good. Connie, Justin.
Yeah, it's a nice design. I think someone mentioned it, that it might be nice that that balcony has changed those 2 fixed doors to flanking windows. And maybe in addition to that, putting a shingle course in between the windows and the doors.
Oh, on the side that faces the street?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mentioned that.
Yeah. But other than that, I think it's a very nice design. But I think, and this is a nice as well, but being that it's on the front of the street, with a second floor balcony, to quiet it down a little bit, that would be nice.
Thank you, Jesse. So the first thing that glares at me is that those 3 windows in the attic area or whatever it is, the 3rd floor, that's not a 3rd floor. And I think those should be reduced. And I think the house was more successful as 6/1s. I think this has a hugely modern appearance. I would still bring in that left-hand side deck. It's still 10 feet. So that's awfully large. And did I say, I think it's more successful with the 6/1s. And I think those windows up there in that shed dormer are just calling, all the attention to it. So I think that they should be reduced and they should be 2/2s. Because right now they look like 3 eyes looking right out onto the golf course. So what's the pleasure of the board? Do we want to hold for a few revisions or?
Yeah, I'll make that motion to hold for a few revisions because
Okay.
I'd like when Val mentioned that the door was to be a 4 panel. I still think we should take those side windows off and use just good trim around the door. That's what I was thinking. So I don't know whether anybody thinks that's good or not, but I would, I'll make a motion to hold for revisions.
Hold on one sec, Val.
I'm just asking, what are we asking him to change? I'm unclear on that.
Did you hear what I said?
I wonder if I could just make a comment. I can say what I think I'm going to change. I understand that we want to change the front door. I'm a little bit lost on the 6/1 versus 2/1 because there was a strong opinion to change it away from 6/1 last time as a means of fenestrating the second, as a means of adding mullions to the second floor doors. And I think the move to 2/1 was pretty successful as it relates to the doors. I think that the doors are going to get very busy when they become 15 light doors to complement the 6/1 design. That's just my personal opinion, but I do think it'll be much busier. I'm happy to reduce the size of the windows in the dormer to sort of temper that concern a bit. And I think if we want to separate that, those 4 door panels by adding some shingle in between and putting a double hung to the other side, I'm open to doing that. So
Well,
I mean, go ahead. I'm
That
sorry.
sounds good to me.
So my point was, it seems like these are things that could go through staff,
Thank you.
instead of having it come back again.
Why don't you make that?
Do you
motion?
want me to try, Diane? May I try to make a motion?
Sure.
Okay. Motion to approve through staff with the front door changing to a 4-panel and corresponding side lights to agree with that configuration. The doors on the second floor to become a French door with 2 windows on either, a window on either side,
Flanking windows,
right?
yeah.
Separated by a little shingle course. The windows in the dormer to become,
Yeah, I thought they should be 2/2, at least.
oh, like the
2/2s.
4 lights?
Yeah, and
Okay,
I mean, the same size too, not large like that.
okay, to match the gable
that's a good
4
call. Yeah,
lights.
that'll- that's-
And I believe that was it, right?
Can you bring in that to second floor? This,
Oh, and the second floor deck
To be only 8
on the
feet.
south, that's on the left side of the building. It says 10 feet. You did reduce it to 8. That's through staff.
On Val's motion. Jesse,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Jesse Val on your motion.
No, I.
Okay, and I'm an aye. Good job.
great, very well. Thank you all.
Oh, this is the.
We got Chip next.
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Hi, Chip.
Hello, everybody.
Hello, hello.
Hi.
All right. Oh, by the way, happy Valentine's Day.
Yes, happy Valentine's Day to you.
We have chocolate here, Chip.
Oh, my gosh. I wish I was there. I don't have any chocolate. Well, good evening, everyone. Chip Webster on behalf of the applicant for proposed revisions at 33 Cliff Road. There are 3 applications for the 3 structures. The first one that we're looking at is for the main house. At the last meeting, the requests of the board were to scale down the portico a little bit and add a shallow hip roof to the top of it, which we have done. The second request of the board shows on the back elevation where the request was to remove the middle dormer. We had 3 proposed shed dormers on the rear, and the request was to remove the middle one. So we've done that. And I turn it over to the board for comments, but I think those were the 2 requests, and both of which we have responded to. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Oh, sorry, Holly, go ahead.
That's okay. So for the record, this is the Horchow House, circa 1982, obviously non-contributing, but has an HTC survey on file. This is a better direction and appreciate the removal of the proposed middle dormer on the back rear elevation that faces down below on the roof. The plans do not show the as-built existing conditions, just the previous submittal, and that is a concern for any existing structure that's being proposed for moderate modification or revision. So that should be done, should the commission be so inclined to approve. I would recommend approval through staff if that's the pleasure of the board. The front portico is, again, I think in a good direction. The hip roof actually works better than the previous rendition. I would mention to reduce that in scale and, in size to make it more proportionate to the front door. And again, any motion the commission so inclined should include as-built conditions. Those are my comments, Madam Chair.
That makes it hard because we don't know what we're comparing it to.
Correct.
right? Chip, do you have the existing you can show us?
I am not in my office, so I don't have the ability to share drawings. I could answer any questions that the board may have on that.
Because I think you're like proposing to add the roof walk and that isn't circled.
Oh, no. Okay. So the roof walk currently exists, but it's shifted to the right. So we're moving it to the middle, which was actually as a result of feedback from the board on an earlier revision to center it. There we go. Perfect. So that you can see where the existing roof walk is.
Oh, and you centered it.
But it's got, I saw in the minutes that we asked for it to be split up differently instead of the post
three.
right into the peak.
Into 3, so that would just be a condition.
Yeah, and actually we have to stop because I forgot that Lucy's here. So Lucy, thank you.
Our comments echo a lot of what Holly said, that plans should show existing drawings to indicate what is proposed. The ramp should be removed when no longer needed. And the whole front portico is massively oversized. The top of the door surround is likely over 9 feet above the deck, which means the porch beam is a little above that. The porch beam should be at around 8 feet above the deck, and the column should be scaled down accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucy. Did you get all that? Chris?
I did. The volume is a little low, but it sounded like reducing the scale of the front portico in height and width. Is that correct?
Exactly right. So,
And the column should be scaled down accordingly.
everything, all elements scaled down. Height, columns.
Porch beam.
Do they have to be round?
Val, did you want to continue? Did you see, here's the.
No, I see that. And what do you, I also think that maybe the roof walk should be open on the front. Not 2 sections. So that we eliminate that post sticking into.
Also 3 sections.
Yeah.
Okay.
I actually liked the portico, the size that it was. I appreciate removing the dormer on the north. But again, I don't remember what's changing back there from the original. So I hesitate to make any other comments because I just don't know what's there. I wish I had thought about it ahead of time and brought.
I don't think
If-
the dormers are there.
So if you would like me to, I could clarify or not, whatever, your choice.
Should we go around the?
We could just hold it for.
For.
The as-built plans to be with us.
Okay. All right. So. Val would like to see the plans so we can compare them to the existing.
Let's see what everybody else thinks.
Well, you know.
We see the north elevation.
Did you want to go, Diane?
I just wanted to see the north elevation because they keep whipping it through too fast.
Oh, the existing north elevation or the?
Yeah.
Okay.
We don't have that.
Yeah, we don't have that.
Oh,
We don't have any of the existing.
Okay, so this is what Chip is proposing, is with the dormer removed and all that stuff.
Mhm.
I don't know. I wonder what it would look, what the roof walk would look better without the skirt. It doesn't have the skirt on the front. I don't know why it has the skirt on the back.
well, the proposed has a skirt on the front, but
Oh,
We're kind of wasting time here.
yeah. Anything else, Diane?
oh, well, that seems to be the only thing that is circled in red. So I guess all the rest of it is there.
No.
Well, it's actually, so do we just want to hold this so we have the existing drawings so we can go back and forth? Otherwise, I mean, why isn't the skirt circled? If that's a new.
I'd be happy to
Motion
verify
to
if
hold for the as-built drawings to be attached. So when we re-review, we can see what we're comparing it with.
The evolution.
Yeah.
Yeah,
All
that
right,
would be.
so that's Val's motion. Sorry about this, Chip, but I think we need it to make concrete assessments.
Okay.
On Val's motion, Carrie.
But can he do those revisions of what people had said before then? Because
Well, we
then he
didn't really
can
go
kill
through the
two
board.
birds with one stone. I mean, he's got to bring in more information. What?
I would, Madam Chair, thank you. I would recommend, to Carrie's point, to provide comments if you
Okay.
can, but also to Val's point, it's kind of hard to discern what's existing versus what's proposed.
Let's keep trying to
So-
make comments and then we
Because we
can,
can comment, because I do recall last time we said we would like to have the roof walk in 3 sections, so the middle post is not
Yeah.
on that gable. And I appreciate removing that third dormer on the rear. For me, the round columns and the portico just seems so applied that to integrate it somehow with simpler detailing. The door itself is very tall with the trim. I think maybe your beam can come just above the transom top just to mitigate a little bit. And maybe even that portico, that roof can get a little more significant and the posts get less significant. Because it really just seems like a decorative couple on top of the wedding cake.
yeah.
But other than that, that's, as I recall from last time, all the issues.
Yeah, everything else is sort of existing. Connie?
I'm not on this one.
No? Oh, sorry, that's right, it's an old one. So I agree, I think the columns are very grand and I would like to see more hip roof, actually, because I think it does look a little applied. So I would, and if you're going to split that into 3s, you might, I mean, I hate to say this, but you might want to make that roof walk, the length of it, like another foot on either
Cut.
side, so you could do thirds.
And not have the sections be too small, at least 6 feet each.
Yeah, so you have to play around with that scale of that, Chip. So on, whose motion was that? Val. on
Can I,
Val's motion.
can I make a suggestion before you put it through?
Yep,
On
sure.
I guess it's the north elevation, the gable on the left-hand side with all those windows on the second floor and the pillars. I would like to see that reduced.
That's
You got,
existing, but we don't know because we don't know.
oh. I
I'm not
thought-
sure if that's not existing, Diane.
I don't know either. I'm just making a suggestion in
We're
case.
gonna know a lot
it's
more
something
next
that
time.
he's looking at.
Okay, so on Val's motion,
All right.
Diane,
Yes.
Diane,
Aye.
aye, Carrie,
Aye, but can you repeat it for Chip's sake?
Aye. I said.
yeah,
Well,
Chip, do you have any
Aye.
questions on what we're holding for?
No, let me just read back what I believe is being requested. I believe one, include the existing, so we have that to compare. Number two, smaller portico in all dimensions, but with a slight increase in the hip roof.
Yeah.
Number three, change the widow's walk to 3 6-foot sections. And then number four was indicate that the ramp on the front is temporary and would be removed when it's no longer needed. Those are the 4 notes that I have.
Mhm. Okay, thank you, Chip. So that was Val. I think did we vote
We
on
did
that?
do all the
Yeah,
ayes.
okay, so we're all set. Thank you, Chip.
I'm gonna look.
Thank
up
you.
Previous minutes and from this December 13th to see if on that agenda link, we have the existing.
So are we on to the guest house? We have Holly, do you go first? Okay, go ahead, Lucy. Oh. Chip.
Hello, me again.
Yeah.
Structure number 2 at the same address at 33 Cliff Road. This is a proposed addition to the guest house. On this one, we are showing in the upper left the original submission, and just above on the right-hand side, the previous submission, and then on the lower portion of the right-hand side, the current submission. The general comments that I got from the last review that the proposed addition needed to be brought down in scale, and that the second floor dormers on that should match the existing. So those are the proposed changes from our last submission. Thank you.
Thank you, Chip.
Madam
Okay.
Chair.
Yes.
Thank you. For the record, this structure circa 1980s. Appreciate the change to a gable, but it still competes with the existing. It should be much more subordinate than the original building, especially right on Cliff Road. Also to your point about showing previous, it actually doesn't show the as-built elevations either. So I think all 3 of these applications need to show the existing conditions. The south gable can be reduced in height. Appreciate the removal of the four-light or addition, excuse me, of the four-light. No, sorry. The one above. This was what's confusing, Chip. When I originally started looking at these, I was thinking that this was what you were doing, but that's actually the previous. This was the first, second, and third. So the bubble up here was very confusing. So I would imagine I'm not the only one. So I had to cross out my comment. So I appreciate the removal of that four-light and having just the 2 ganged windows. On the east, it's simpler, but I would make a comment that nano doors should not be within the OHG. Although I know they're facing inward of the property, they should be a 12 light with kick panel. So those are my comments, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Lucy.
Okay, as stated earlier by HSAG and HDC, the addition should not be up close to the street. It should be lower and subordinate to the existing cottage and set well back from the street facade. Excuse me. There's plenty of room on the site to push it back. And the two buildings flanking the driveway work because they are simple auxiliary buildings. This proposal would turn one into a separate house and detract from the current setting. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucy. Anybody ready?
No, I'm still trying to track back to when the existing drawings were involved,
Okay.
which is a waste of time, but.
What's, is the drawing on the bottom one? It says south. Is that the present one?
That is the street facing side, correct?
And the bottom one is the current one that you are proposing, right?
That is correct, but I'm hearing from the board that this application, as well as the one before it, needs to include the drawings of what's there. So maybe to save time for everyone on the board, we could, and because you'll probably, I'm guessing the same thing will come up on the garage, which is the next one. Should we just have all three of these hold for that additional information?
I think that would be best.
Why don't we track them?
Yeah,
Why don't we
track them, all three, with that additional information that was requested on the first one.
Okay, is that Val's motion?
Yes, thank you, Chip.
On Val's motion, Carrie,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
myself, aye. Okay,
Motion.
thank
to
you,
hold
Chip.
for-
Yeah, absolutely. And then this next one, which is my application, I would like to hold. The client has made some revisions since we've put this in, so I don't want to use up the time of the board to review something that's going to change. So I'd like to hold the 43 Kindred Guest House, please.
There's only two people here for that. anyway,
Yeah,
so-
there, you don't have a full board anyway, Chip.
Good call.
Okay. All right.
Okay, so we're gonna go right over that and not even talk about it anymore. All right, thank you, Chip.
Thanks, everyone. Have a
Oh,
great
oh,
evening.
are you here for Kendrick?
No,
No,
that's the one he's
that's
holding.
one-
Oh, sorry.
That was one that we only have 2 members for. Yeah, okay. Cool.
Okay,
Thanks,
Emeritus.
everybody. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Chip. Is he out in the hall?
So this is old business and
Yeah. 52.
Cole and Welch are on this. They're not here. Coombs Camp Oliver.
Matt's-
Yeah, he was for a long time.
We got Coombs, Camp, Oliver, and Carrie. Don't we?
I
have
would be
all
an
of them?
alternate.
That would be 3 if he wants
Fo-
us.
Well,
Yeah.
4.
Oliver. Oh, 4. That's
I
not
would be
bad.
an alternate.
I mean, the way things are going.
52 West
Um,
Chester.
okay,
Where is 52?
we got
West?
one.
Oh, there it is.
When are we gonna chicken dinner?
52 West.
Oh,
Cedar.
Jesse's here.
I know, I was just chatting with that.
Chatterbox.
Well, you holding up the homework.
Sorry about that. I thought that would take longer.
We're solving the world's
Well, he
problems
didn't
out there.
Which ones?
All of them.
Yeah.
Gosh,
Yeah, I think-
bless you.
Oliver and Cornwell. Do you want to go?
I would like to continue if I could.
52 West Cedar.
West
Chester.
Where am
You
I?
know,
Beacon
well,
Hill?
What time is it?
Some of your applications, the minutes that were circled were empty.
Huh. I think it's actually, they're trying to highlight them, but I think it's a solid fill. That might be the issue. We're trying to black them out.
So we're
Technique.
on to new business, is that what we're doing?
So this is 52 Westchester, right?
Yes.
Is there a photo of the existing building?
Is that?
That should have been submitted as part of the
drawings.
original application.
Drawings.
I could start
Did
whenever.
you push the right button?
Oh, no.
No,
Or is it further up?
Where are we?
So is that the right? This has got to be historic.
The structure?
This, I opened, this is an email.
This
No?
is new.
No, it's new.
Yeah, that was.
21 feet two.
Oh, it's down there.
Do
Do you want to start?
I could
Is
start.
everybody
Thank you.
ready?
I'll look at the screen.
Maybe I can share.
You can share.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair. So the board's reviewed this application once before. This is a cottage in the back of the property. The main dwelling is a structure that you've allowed us to do some work to. We haven't actually done it yet. We're going to start with this guest's cottage. So I think, oh, there you go.
Oh, thank God.
So those are
you've got a
photos of the
picture
existing structure.
Oh, thanks.
So you'll notice the color scheme, the trim, sash color, that's all intended to be matte. We're matching that same color approach to the cottage. There was also a photograph of the existing shed.
Probably tied on.
So if we could look at the elevations. Oh, there you go. It's a charming structure. So this is the guest cottage. So previous iteration, the board had requested that we alter the roof pitches to match that of the existing main dwelling, which is a 9 pitch, which is what we've done. We've also eliminated fenestration in certain areas. Diane, I think you had specifically requested on the second floor shed dormer. We had 3 windows previously. We reduced it to 2. We also changed the pent roof pitch to change that to a 9 pitch. Adjacent to that front door to the left, you'll see there's 2 windows. There was previously 3 windows there, which I think was another request from Diane. We also changed all the first floor door heights to 6'8". Previously, I think they were 7'4". I think that is the majority of changes. Those are just the previous elevations that we had submitted. The structure, also there was some discussion about dropping the height, which we've done. So we've reduced the height by 1 foot 4 inches. So I think the total height is 20. I can't read that. So I think it's 22 feet, somewhere in that range. 20. Anyway, hopefully everyone can see it. It's fairly shallow. I can't read that from here, but 20.
I'll look on the application.
Yeah, sorry. It should say it right in the drawings there.
21.2.
Yeah.
21,
Yeah.
wow.
Yeah, so it's really short. Anyways, this is in the back of the property, setback from Westchester, and the existing dwelling. You actually did approve an addition, which would add some street elevation to it. So I feel like I just don't think you're going to see this structure. It's fairly small, under 22 feet. So with that, look forward to comments from the board, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you.
Madam
Buddy, ready to go?
Madam Chair.
Oh,
Just for the record, the main dwelling on the lot is a circa 1850 Greek revival. As Matt has said, you all have approved addition on the rear. I appreciate the changes, dropping the height and the change in the pitch. This is a lot better rendition, and I think it fits definitely a lot better. I think the previous one was too steep, and really bringing in a different type of vernacular to the site. There, just by looking at overall, it's a lot better direction. I would say that maybe, I know that it's a little short, but if you look on the east elevation, it still kind of has a little bit of a rocket ship. So I just wanted to bring that to condition with as far as the depth between the top of the first floor and the second. Maybe that's something to be looked at. But overall, I think it's a lot better direction. So those are my comments, Madam Chair. Thank you.
thank you, Holly. Nothing from. So, board members. Diane, are you ready?
Yeah, I can, well, the main building that we saw first, I thought was very good. The guest house, I think those elbows holding up the porch are too heavy. It's all you see at the front of that building. I don't mind the building. I just think that that's too heavy there in the front. We don't need it all the way around. Perhaps a little hookah over the front door could be a little shallower, perhaps. But it's nice to see it's in the same 9/12, I guess, that the rest of the place has. I don't mind the other elevation that we're looking at that faces the garage. I don't think it will be easily seen because I think on Westchester, you're looking at this more directly front than at an angle. So that's all I got to begin with. Thank you.
I'll go.
Are you there?
Oh, thank
Yeah.
you, Diane. Go ahead.
I just have one issue that's pretty major is that the main gable forward is great, but then the back mass, its plate height is higher than that main gable forward, and it really, that's backwards. It should be lower. So that fascia board should be below that, where the rake hits the corner board on the main mass. So I get it that it's a small building, but I think I think that would help 100,000,000% to drop that below, to drop it below, because also on the south elevation, you've got a really tall wall for a tiny little cottage. You can keep the dormer where it is. Just drop that plate. Your plate above the windows is a whole shingle course above the windows. That could come down. I think the scaling of it, the massing of it just needs a little bit of tweaking to be more successful. And I think that roof would then be below the main gable.
I could align those two.
Aligning them would be better than what they are now.
Yeah.
And then your ridge would also drop just below the main mass ridge.
Yeah, I can
coming
align
at
them.
you. I think that would just help so much.
Abby, could I add something?
Yes.
The on this south elevation on the guest house, if Matt did a Johnny McLaughlin and brought the eaves down to the cross pieces in the windows, you'd get almost a foot lower.
Yep.
The
That's
way,
what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I think that's what they were saying. Thank you, Diane. Val?
I have another suggestion.
Oh, boy.
Instead of lowering that piece, why don't we have it higher the piece that the gable forward, which is the main mass. It's a short building. It's only 21.2.
But it's so narrow, Val. It's 13 feet wide. So it's really, the proportions are funny. If you
Well,
brought it down, the proportion would be better.
Okay, but just finish your thought.
Well, no, that I
It's
was thinking that
so skinny.
that would solve the problem. But I will also say that I was over there today and you can't see this building at all.
microphone, Missy,
From the back.
microphone.
Oops, I need to get off of this board.
Right now?
I was just saying, I was over there today and there is no visibility of this either from Westchester Street or Wires Way.
Wires Way.
Yeah.
New Lane.
So
No,
I don't
New
have
Lane.
as much concern about it. I think it's okay.
Okay. Jesse.
Yeah, I don't really have a concern. I love the building and and it's way in the back, I don't think it's gonna be really noticeable if it wasn't a nice building.
Madam Chair,
But it is.
hate to interrupt, but I don't see Jesse on the list
Oh,
of
sorry.
commissioners. There's only four of you, Coombs, Camp, Oliver, and Thornwell.
Oh, well, thank you for that, Jesse. Sorry, Jesse.
That's okay, you know, it's good. I was still able to
so-
give my opinion.
Yeah, no, but it's important. I kind of like the first one better, and because things lined up and I think it was more proportionally correct.
Could I, through you, Madam Chair, could I just offer then to align the eaves?
Yeah.
Um,
That would do it for
And that
me.
might be, yeah.
I think that's a win-win.
Yeah,
Okay, well, let's
I
hear it.
agree.
Carrie, go.
Go.
Make it look-
Approve with the eaves aligned on the main mast and secondary rear mast.
Okay, on Carrie's motion.
Through
Val?
staff.
Aye.
Through staff. Diane,
Aye.
and I'm an aye, so. through
Thank you,
staff.
Matt, for agreeing to do that.
Yeah, happy to do it. Thank
I
you.
think it will help.
Got one more.
Okay, one more.
One of us.
One Jefferson.
You know,
One.
it's amazing how a building of that size can have 2 bedrooms and be a fully functional house.
this
Like,
one?
would that not be affordable housing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was the goal, actually.
Doing tiny
What's your
little
last
ones.
name?
It's a very small, really small
Alternate, right
footprint.
there. You're an alternate.
What is it? Okay, yeah, all right.
Okay.
I'm in it.
You're in.
Door change.
The motion was to align the eaves. Right, Eric?
Yeah.
Who's that? Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, one Jefferson Lane.
Okay. With your permission, Madam Chair, I could start? Or you want to wait for the drawings? Oh, sorry.
Oh, yes.
Who goes first?
Oh, actually, well, Matt goes first, then I go.
Okay.
Okay, so this was an application to change the door and side lights originally. There's a pent roof over the existing door. This is a structure we built not too long ago. We did have a pent roof on the front of the building. The brackets were never really executed the way we had drawn them or designed them. At the last meeting, the board had suggested omitting the pent roof completely, which in talking with ownership, they said that they were willing to do that. Basically, the board had suggested we try an approach like this, where we come up with a more detailed exterior door surround, if you will, with the side lights. And so that's what we've brought before you. We did actually submit a number of antecedents or precedents, if you will, of assemblies. And I think the board had kind of honed in on this approach with the 2 lights in lieu of so it's a traditional 6-panel door. The previous iteration had 3 lights across the top. I think the feedback from the board was to just go with the traditional 6-panel and omit the top 2 panels, if you will, and replace those with glass, which was what we've done here. So we spent a decent amount of time trying to get the proportions right of the header and side casing. And so look forward to comments from the board, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Holly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So for the record, this is a circa 2018 infill within the fish lots in the Old Historic District. This proposed federal style entablature, door surround and door is more appropriate and fits in with this gable-ended structure. I will say that there's something, if you look at this detail, comparing it to the proposed photo of, I don't even know where that is. There's just something maybe off, and maybe it's just because I'm not used to seeing 2 lights within the door. If it actually, the proportion and something's there. So that's my only concern. I don't have a concern on as far as having it a little more modern, even though it's in the OHD, because this obviously is infill and it's nice to discern the 2. But I appreciate that the entablature that's being proposed and getting rid of the pent roof is much more in keeping with the historic neighborhood. So those are my comments, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Lucy.
If you look at the drawings, you'll notice the door and the surround are generally acceptable, except the top lights are too vertical. It should conform to traditional 6-panel door proportion. And the previous version of the side lights with 4 panes works better because it was narrower and provided more space between the door frame and the windows to either side. This looks very tight. The stone stoop should be enlarged to the new width of the door and surround. The existing stone is a very modern appearance and should be replaced with a wood stoop or a brick surface.
Yeah. Quite right. Okay. Go ahead.
Madam Chair, I just wanted to, as if you wouldn't mind going to page 11 in the file. That one. I understand that this is a eve forward structure, but there's just something about this one that has that more of a stature. And I don't know if there's more, if there's enough width to handle something like that, but that's kind of where I was going. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Yeah. Do you want, so we're going to go around the board unless you want to.
I was just going to say that we, one of the challenges with this scenario is that we do have windows that are adjacent on both sides. And I would actually say that these door surrounds are a little bit tricky. So as far as the stone is concerned, we're happy to make that as wide as possible. One thing that might, to Holly's point, in terms of, stature, what we could do is in the proposal, in our proposals, we could actually increase that top cap, maybe have it project maybe by like an additional inch to the left and right, and then maybe have it project a little bit further out to create a stronger shadow line.
Yeah, I think it needs a bit more detail. And those windows in the door are a little vertical. So board members, we have Val.
I like this change for sure. I think, the other thing that lends itself to making it seem tight is the bubble around it, because you don't really see the shingle in between the window and the door, but maybe it could just narrow up a little bit, a couple inches on each side. And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Matt, the panes in the door, you're trying to match the side lights. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, that actual 6-panel door, if you scroll down, that was a previous submission. Actually, if you go down to where it's the actually going up, I mean, the other direction, sorry. So yeah, there you go, that one. So that is based on a 6-panel door. So that was our thought process, but yeah, that was our thought process. We thought this was the most balanced. It actually picks up the mutton division on the adjacent 6/6 windows, not perfectly, but we just thought that this was the most balanced. But while we're on this drawing, one thing I think that, to Holly's point, which is something that I think we could do, is take that top cap piece and again, extend it by at least an inch, maybe 1.5 inches in either direction. That might give us like kind of a stronger shadow line there. And we're happy to narrow the side casings. We did struggle with that a little bit. We want to leave at least a little bit of clapboard between the window casing and the pilaster, but certainly open to any suggestions the board has. And could also make, if there was any approvals, we could do it, through staff, and the board could review it prior to issuing the COA.
Okay, let's continue around the board then. Jesse, are you ready?
Yeah. I don't have an issue with the first application, so I appreciate the concerns, but I think it's an improvement from the original design.
Thank you. Carrie?
Yeah, I think it feels a little tight in there. It's a beautiful doorway, but it's sort of taking over that whole simple elevation. And I just think if you can narrow all the pieces down a little bit, and I hate to say it, I preferred the 4 light side light that matched the window heights,
We could do that.
but with 4 lights. And then maybe that would also inform your door and the lights in the door size. But it's really close. It's really just a matter of a couple inches squeezing in and then the 4 lights for me.
Yep, that sounds
Yeah.
good.
Yeah.
Right.
Diane, did you go? Diane?
Yeah, but
Wait a
I would
second,
do
Diane.
4 nights.
Hold on, Diane. I don't think you're on it, actually. It looks like
Yes, I am.
No, you're not.
it's most unfortunate, but you are not on this one. Val, did you?
Oh.
I did.
You went, okay, so it was just the 4 of us, and yeah, I'd like to see some more detail and shadow lines. and
Could-
stuff.
I would make a suggestion, if I may. Carrie, you made a comment that I think could be a motion, and maybe we could do it through staff and have Holly A-okay it.
That'd be great.
You want me to do it?
Yeah.
Yes.
So I would motion to approve through staff, 4 light side lights to match the window height lights. Narrow both the outermost trim and the side lights if possible. I don't know. To give a few more inches of shingle, or not shingle, it's clapboard,
Mhm.
on either side of the door trim.
We could do that.
And is the door going to become a solid door?
No, I think the lights are good. They just need to be proportionate with the end result side lights, I think.
I think the windows are taken away.
They're gonna downsize, because it's gonna be 4 panes.
I think we can afford to have a little bit of a different
Just
door on this building. with
Through
the
through
2
you, Madam
lights.
Chair, that door is, you'll see a good amount of this door type. There's certainly precedent for it.
I think
quite a
so
bit.
too. And
Yeah.
some of the older, yeah.
They just pop out the top 2 panels and put in.
There's a
Glass.
picture of some.
Mhm.
If you look at that one, that's what I was getting.
Yeah.
It's just a little too
Yeah.
wide. Yeah, but I think Matt's gonna
With the
narrow
4
it
light,
down
I
a
think
bit.
that'll allow us the ability to
50
tweak it.
Orange Street.
Did somebody put that into words?
Yeah, I did. Now I gotta write it.
Motion, you said 4 light, side light.
Mhm.
4 light
second
side
that.
light
I
to
second
match
that
window.
Trim it up a bit to give a little bit more.
And narrow the trim to give more inches of clapboard around the door.
Yep.
Okay, that is Carrie's motion. On Carrie's motion. Val,
Aye.
Jesse,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
your motion, and I'm an aye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All systems go.
Is James here?
He's in the queue.
Studio floor.
Hi there, good evening.
Good evening.
Not to waylay anything, but I do have a short board this evening due to Ray and Stephen being out for the evening.
Yeah,
So can I potentially hold this till Thursday?
you've got.
We don't meet Thursday.
You're not meeting this Thursday at all?
You've got myself, Val, Jesse, and Carrie. That's 4.
Carrie as my alternate, is that what I have right now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And me.
Can I hold it until next Tuesday without penalty?
Do you want to hold it still?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay, all right. We can do that for you.
Okay,
Tuesday, right?
Tuesday. So there is no meeting this Thursday? Is,
No, it's every other Thursday.
oh, that's what's been happening. That's why I noticed a cancellation like 2 Thursdays ago and I didn't realize that it was every other. Okay.
We don't give enough time in a week.
Nobody has enough. Understood. Well, let's please hold this till next Thursday or
Okay.
Tuesday, sorry.
All in favor of Val's motion?
Aye.
To hold? Aye. Jesse?
Aye.
Carrie?
Aye.
I'll make
And
can I make a quick note as well? There's a pool in landscape that was motioned to track with this that didn't make it onto this agenda, but hasn't changed. I believe Lindsay and Atlantic are notifying you of that. So if you could put those together, that would be great.
you can try.
All right, thank you. I appreciate it.
If I
Have a good
may,
evening.
Madam Chair.
Hold
through
on
the-
one sec.
In the future, James, when this
Mhm.
does happen, can you please sign it up as well? Because unfortunately, it's hard for me to keep track of all these applications that get held for a track.
Understood. Yeah, no,
Thank
it's
you.
sat for a while. We just realized I wasn't tracking today. I'll let you know. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
No problem.
Thank you,
Thanks.
James.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay, so it is 8:17.
Madam Chair, can I also say that we are now starting new business 2/7/23.
That's amazing. Yeah, I mean, are we in the right month?
Yes.
Oh,
my
wow,
gosh.
that's
Wow. That's insane.
That's
Yeah.
February.
don't count all the ones we held.
So where, Ben, where are you?
Well, wait.
One-
see
Bless
if
you.
people who
Bless you.
Are in line. Like,
Madam Chair, Topham Design did request to hold, if we did get to this, number 2 and 3.
Okay, excellent. So we'll just pass right over that. And I guess we are at Ben Norman.
what about shelter 7?
He's not here.
Oh,
So, yeah. Moving right
Last one of the
along.
night.
Well,
Here you go.
I'm
Yeah.
sure Ben is here.
Yeah, he's here. Okay.
So, yeah, we're at 1 Chester Street. To remind everybody where that is, that's over by American Seasons. And it's kind of that funny little cut through at the bottom of Cliff Road and starting at Westchester. We've been renovating this house for what feels like forever. But we're finally getting to a point where we're talking about landscape. And it's really not too much. It's just expanding the existing brick driveway. As you can see from this picture, this is a very good picture to stop on. Yep. Okay, so there's the existing brick driveway on the, yeah, there it is. On the left, excuse me, on the right. And then currently there's a little fence there and a privet hedge. We're gonna take that fence out, that fence has been removed. The privet hedge is gonna go back in, and then there'll be a gate, a garden gate, and then there'll be a bluestone patio in a little 12 by 12, and then the lawn. So just a little bit of hardscaping on that right side, and that's it.
Okay.
I would say Lucy and Holly.
Thank you,
Holly
Madam
and
Chair.
Lucy.
So for the record, this is a circa 1810 Jonathan Barney, typical Nantucket, I think 5 bay. And yes, you've seen some changes over the last couple of years on this contributing structure. As far as the proposed hardscape goes, with the driveway and the patio, there's a lot going on. The existing driveway is already pretty sufficient. It seems like it already meets or even exceeds the standards within the zoning bylaw. Extending that even further, I think that would also add probably maybe even 4 parking spaces. So I'm a little concerned on, the size and depth of what that is, because it seems what the existing is already sufficient. I don't have any main concerns really on the proposed patio itself. Just that there is still a lot of impervious surfaces. And this is an area that will mention that is in our fairly proximity to the harbor, and it is in its own flood area. I don't remember exactly what that is at the top of my head, but yeah, that's my main concern is, do we really need to add additional to the already existing nice driveway, may I add? Those are my comments, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Holly.
Okay. The existing driveway is already wider than needed for a single car and could conceivably hold 2 cars. Doubling this space will create a 4-car parking lot which will detract from the historic character of this house. Lengthening the driveway to 2 cars deep would be acceptable, but only if the width of the driveway is reduced to a single car width of about 10 feet. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucy. Board members, did you have a rebuttal?
Am I on this?
Yes, yeah, you
Okay.
are. Yes.
So I agree with what HSHAG said. That I think it would work nicely as, keeping the, driveway as deep as shown on the proposed plan, narrowing the width.
Jesus, Jess. I mean,
So although 10 feet might be a little too narrow, I mean, yes, 10 feet is adequate, but at the same time, it's tight. With, people coming in and out of both doors. And you're certainly not going to get 2 cars parking side by side with 10 or even 14, 12 or even 14 feet. So anyways, long story short, my proposal is on the left side, put a foundation planting along the house. That'll soften up the brick and narrow the driveway at the same time.
Very good.
And then I'm okay with the blue stuff.
And the depth of the
Yeah,
driveway?
keep it.
Okay, so a little less hardscape. Val,
I'm not ready.
Diane,
I try to get it straight. What on the driveway? He's asking to increase the one on the right-hand side, right?
That's correct.
And you're not putting anything on the left-hand side as far as the driveway.
Nope, that'll just be lawn,
Okay.
existing lawn.
I think that if you put another parking space or whatever you want to call it in, it should be the same shape and size as the one on the street. You can't go, if you can't get out of a 4-foot wide car with a 9-foot space, you got to go on a diet because you should be able to open the door and get out safely. It looks badly as it goes from lot line to the house. And I don't think that's appropriate on 1 Center Street, Chester Street. It's a very small street and the houses are small and sort of casual, I guess is a good word for it. And the old captain's house is across the street from it, going up the beginning of Cliff Road. And I think that second, it's a second parking space, expand brick driveway, say, I would not make it that wide. If you're going to put it in there, then make it the same one as the original one. Okay,
thank
that's
you,
all.
Diane. Are you ready yet? Val?
Huh?
Or, Carrie or Connie? Buddy?
I agree that it shouldn't be 4 cars wide and deep, 2 front to back or as it exists.
Yeah, okay. Val, are you in agreement with that?
Yeah, I agree with Carrie.
Yeah, I think we're all in agreement with that. So do I hear a motion to?
Can I ask Madam Chair, a question? There's a fence that's existing and there's a proposal in here to add the arbor. I was just curious if that's gonna be natural to weather or white.
Painted white.
Okay, I just wanted to bring that to the commission's attention. Thank you.
Okay, so the motion would be to vegetate the left-hand side of the increased driveway. Is that correct?
No, who's making the motion?
I don't know.
I'll make a motion, but
Wide at the most.
I didn't say put vegetation on the left-hand side,
That's what I said.
but it's a good
I'm
idea.
confused. There seems to be a big dissension in what you should do.
So, Diane, were you going to make a motion?
I was going to make a motion to, on the new brick driveway, to make it the same width as the existing driveway. And if you want to put on vegetation along the wall, that's fine. And I don't know that the arbor, which is in the privet hedge, should be painted white or left natural to weather.
Well, which is which way do you think it should be? Because the trim is white, right? Yeah.
The
The
existing.
trim is all
driveway
white, then I
21
would
feet
say,
wide.
Yeah.
That
then
is
I
not
would
what we
say
wanna
paint
do.
it white. So then I would make a motion to say, make the second,
Yeah, just on the as-built. The as-built site plan says the driveway is 21 feet.
I don't think, that looks more like 17.
It says 21 on the existing.
I see that, but I think it's on the corner of the building to the property line.
why can't we have it the same size as the existing
Can we
driveway?
just say 12 feet wide, 2 cars deep, which is basically
There's no scale.
38 feet deep?
The existing is.
It
I mean,
does.
there's a notation.
Where's the
of
set- oh,
section, but it's
It's
not on the
21 from
driveway.
here to
It's the
there.
corner of the
From where to
building
where?
property line.
From the house to the.
So that's not really the drive,
That's
though.
on the driveway.
Oh, that's the corner of the house to the, I see, there's weird
Yeah, I
little
didn't think it
squiggle
was-
lines.
Driveway,
You don't have a
that's
line.
3-foot bed and that's a 5-foot bed, and that's 21. You're talking about, you know.
Yeah,
14.
it's your average.
Sort of is an average.
Yeah, I mean, you're not gonna get 2 cars side by side.
No.
You get one-
No, it's one in front of the other.
Okay, so back to Diane's motion, which is to make the expanded driveway the same width as the existing driveway with to take up the slack is going to have to be vegetation on the left-hand side,
Not to brick to the house.
not to brick to the house, which is.
Right.
No. So
And
on Diane's motion, Jesse,
Aye.
Val,
No,
Carrie,
Aye.
Diane on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. Through staff. Thank you,
Right.
Ben.
that's it. We're done.
Yeah, 14 feet wide driveway, that's it.
It's 8:28.
It's time to go home.
Yeah.
Been time to go home.
Motion to, do you want us to approve minutes? No. Motion to adjourn.
No minutes to.
I make a motion to adjourn.
Oh, 2 motions to adjourn. On those motions, Carrie,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
Jesse,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Diane.
Aye.
Aye.
Happy Valentine's Day, everybody.
Happy Valentine's.
There's more
Thank
chocolate
you.
strawberry